Welcome to the Nantucket Historic District Commission. First off, I'm going to read from our script for remotely conducted meetings. As a preliminary matter, this is Ray Pohl, Chairman of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. Permit me to confirm that all members and persons anticipated on the agenda are present and can hear me. Members, when I call your names, please respond in the affirmative. Val Oliver.
Aye, here.
Thank you. Diane Coombs.
Aye.
Thank you. Jesse Dutra.
Aye.
Thank you, Jesse. Carrie Thornwell.
Aye.
Stephen Welch.
Here.
Thank you. And this is Ray Pohl for the record. Staff, when I call your names, please respond in the affirmative. Holly Backus.
Present.
Thank you. Kathy Flynn.
Present.
The anticipated speakers will be noted when they appear on the agenda. Good afternoon. This open meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission is being conducted remotely, consistent with Governor Baker's executive order of March 12th, 2020, due to the current state of emergency in the Commonwealth due to the outbreak of COVID-19. In order to mitigate the transmission of COVID-19, we have been advised and directed by the Commonwealth to suspend public gatherings. And as such, the governor's order suspends the requirement of the open meeting law to have all meetings in a publicly accessible physical location. Further, all members of public bodies are allowed and encouraged to participate remotely. This order, which you can find posted with agenda materials for the meeting, allows public bodies to meet entirely remotely so long as reasonable public access is afforded so that the public can follow along with the deliberations of the meeting. Ensuring public access does not ensure public participation unless such participation is required by law. This meeting will not feature public comment. For this meeting, the Nantucket Historic District Commission is convening by video conference via Zoom app as posted on the town's website, identifying how the public may join. Please note that this meeting is being recorded and that all attendees are participating by video conference. Accordingly, please be aware that other folks may be able to see you and to take care not to screen share your computer. Anything that you broadcast may be captured by the recording. All supporting materials that have been provided to members of this board are available on the town's website unless noted otherwise. The public is encouraged to follow along using the posted agenda unless the chair notes otherwise. So now we're turning to the first item on the agenda, but before we do so, permit me to cover some ground rules for effective and clear conduct of our business and to ensure accurate meeting minutes. The chair will introduce each speaker on the agenda. After they conclude their remarks, the chair will go down the line of members, inviting each by name to provide any comment, questions, or motions. Please hold until your name is called. And further, please remember to mute your phone or computer when you're not speaking. And please remember to speak clearly and in a way that helps generate accurate minutes. For any response, please wait until the chair yields the floor and state your name before speaking. And if members wish to engage in a conversation with other members, please do so through the chair, taking care to identify yourselves. Finally, each vote taken tonight will be via roll call. Thank you very much. And the first item that I would like is for somebody to, unless Kathy has any further modifications, I would like to have a motion to approve tonight's agenda.
So moved.
Thank you, Diane. Now, it occurs to me that we have 3 regular members and we have 3 associate members that are on right now. So we're going to be doing a little bit of rotation on this. So on that motion, I'm just, because I've written it down this way, I'm going to have Jesse and Carrie voting on the motion to approve tonight's agenda. So roll call. Diane has made the motion. Val?
Aye.
Jesse? How about you? Carrie?
Mute.
Aye, Carrie.
Carrie, good.
Sorry.
Jesse's in, right?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, Diane?
Aye.
Great, and I'm in. So motion carries. All right. do I want to ask about public comment? Holly and Kathy?
Mr. Chair, I don't see anything on the YouTube.
Okay. All right. Just, it's on there, so I figured I'd ask. Okay, now there's been this lingering issue of the certified local government and possible vote. So apparently, and Holly, you're really going to have to help me out here. I should establish a board on this too, in case it does come to a vote. And so this will be Carrie and Stephen. Okay?
That's it?
No, as associate members.
Oh.
You and Diane and myself will be on this as well, definitely. Okay, so, and I will invite comments from everyone. That includes you, Jesse. So this has to do with our memorandum of understanding, which has been sort of this ongoing thing for, unfortunately, months now. Now we're awaiting an opinion from town council, and I believe that opinion was requested by the select board. We're going to be taking the same issue up tomorrow night, I believe. Is that correct, Holly?
Mr. Chair, so
Yes, please.
yes and no. The Historical Commission will be before the HD or the Select Board tomorrow night for their proposed adoption of their mission statement. And when they were before the Select Board in August, their discussion of priorities and objectives came up, and the CLG was discussed, I think, more in depth than what was anticipated. But there was good discussion about it and questions on moving it forward with the hopes that there would be obviously a joint understanding with the Certified Local Government MOU that would be required between you all and the Historical Commission, which is required by the National Park Service and the Massachusetts Historical Commission, if this is something that we are going to pursue, which as preservation planner, I would highly recommend. With that, both the planning director and myself, town admin, wanted to make sure that there was no concerns with your special legislation that was obviously created prior to any state law and federal law for that matter. They also looked to make sure that there was no concerns with the town charter. And since then, we do have a internal email correspondence with town council where they don't see any concerns against the town charter nor your special legislation. Really, this would be something that would be beneficial to the town, to the National Historic Landmark District, that is Nantucket, in receiving certified local government grants, funding that would be in addition to anything that we could apply for now. 10% is required, 10% of their state federal funding is required to be issued to the certified local governments. It's something that is, always been looked upon, that a little interesting that Nantucket, being as old as we are as a National Historic Landmark, we are not a certified local government. So this would just be beneficial in that regards. As you all are aware, it would require, because there's two commissions, what we call an MOU, a memorandum of understanding. This is the boilerplate. I have had conversations with the certified local government coordinator, understanding what the roles of the local coordinator would be. By default, that would be myself as the staff liaison between you all and the NHC. And this outlines obviously your responsibilities and the Historical Commission's responsibilities. This is a boilerplate. So if there was anything that you would all want to add in addition to, that would definitely be the case. I also want to just give us opportunity to say that if there's any questions, comments, concerns that you all as board members, commissioners have not had those addressed, please let me know. Obviously, I don't really expect you to, make a formal decision this evening. If you do, great. If not, I completely understand. I just wanted this on your radar because this is something that both the Historical Commission staff as well as the select board were looking into whether or not this would be submitted. Again, I will be mentioning it tomorrow night before the select board. And I have noted that both the HDC and the NHC will work together to apply whenever that is convenient, and they will be coming back via staff to the select board for their formal approval before we decide to submit to MHC. So
Oh,
I offer any questions.
okay. So that was great, Holly. I really appreciate that. And so here are the couple of things, and these are sort of conceptual ideas that I personally, I want to be very clear on. And I don't know whether I speak for the board or not, but so one thing that I want to make sure of, or there's a few things that I want to make sure of. One, that the District Commission, our group, maintains its autonomy, okay? And it doesn't sort of like get muddled in with a separate organization. And I think if John McLaughlin were here, he would say exactly the same thing. So I want for somebody to basically be able to tell me that, given this new memorandum of understanding and all this, that the HCC will still be able to act in the way that we are currently acting in terms of our review process. Now, there's a few things, of course, the historic surveys being, the one that I can think of most readily, where, there are clear deficiencies in all the different surveys that we've looked at, and the idea of getting funding to be able to improve all that, I think, is to everyone's benefit. I don't think there's anyone that would argue that. So that's great. But then this idea of autonomy is
Started again.
and the other one is,
It's on mute.
what are we talking about here? Somebody said on mute. Sorry. Okay. So the second thing is that the two boards would act in a spirit of cooperation. And that's coming, I have to speak very honestly here, from this idea that we were showing up, or members of the HDC were showing up at a select board hearing where a neighbor had filed an objection to one of our approvals. And it was actually discussed that the Historical Commission would send a representative to sort of speak against our decision.
Yeah.
I felt like that was not particularly, in the interest of moving forward together in a cooperative way. So that, that definitely left an imprint on me that lingers. But as long as we can have this understanding that, our two boards are cooperating, and like any, Nantucket advisory, Sconset advisory, sometimes we take up their recommendations, sometimes we don't. But so this goes back to the idea of autonomy and our board being able to act as a board, as our board, on the information that's given us by various sources. So that's all I really have to say on this. And if Holly, are you going to be at the meeting tomorrow?
Yes, sir. I will be there.
Okay. Well, I'd like to hear from the other members too, but if you could at least give them I wouldn't call them concerns. They're more like considerations. They're things that I want to make sure that everyone understands before we, ink the deal, so to speak. That's all.
Yes, sir. And I would, on that note, if there was something that maybe would be beneficial of having it may be a separate MOU with the two commissions that is on not including with this one, that would be just a separate, a mutual understanding, if you will, between the commissions and understanding where each commission comes from. because I agree with you that there needs to be a mutual understanding and respect, but also that cooperation of working together. And Nantucket, I always stress it, is unique in this regard, but at the same time, there are other communities within the Commonwealth that do share this multiple commission role, if you will.
Okay.
But I'd love to hear other commissioners as well.
Yes, I would too.
I'll
So,
go.
okay, great. Thanks, Val.
I also shared the same concern you had, Ray. And I would like to have the opportunity to see the actual comments that town council wrote. It's not that I don't trust what you're telling me, Holly, is how it's written, but we weren't given, anything to look at ahead of time, which would have been helpful, and it may have just happened today. So I know that's not,
Oh, Val,
yeah.
are you speaking to the fact that we're talking about this right now?
We're talking about it right now, and Holly said that they have spoken about town council, and Andrew and Leslie and whoever else have come, with this, here's yes to this and that, and we've seen nothing in writing nor heard it from anybody. And I would like to see that. And also to try and understand, but Holly's right, we can maybe do this inter-commission wise. They are advisors to the Board of Selectmen, and we are always on the defense with the Board of Selectmen, where there are appeal groups. So to me, there's a little bit of something I need to understand about that a little bit better.
Okay.
Duly noted.
Can I make a statement too?
Of
Ray?
course, Diane. Yes, this is open.
I think that it is important for for the members of the HCC to read what the mission is for the Historic Commission. So we have some idea of what the federal government says they have the right to be involved in and not. This isn't just between us and them and the selectmen. It's, if they want to, they can pull in the federal government, and I think it would be wise to know what our mission statements gives us the permission to do, and theirs, so we know what we're talking about. And I think that's important in order to keep our position of not being run by the planning board, the zoning board, or all the rest of them. We have clear mission, but I think it would be smart to read what the federal mission is for the historic one. That's
Great.
all. I think we need to do that before we agree to all this stuff.
Okay. Thank you, Diane. I appreciate it. Anyone else?
Ray.
Yes.
So I'd just like to say that, let's see, I appreciate the concept and the outcomes of the certified local government. I think it's something for the community to pursue. I'm glad that the Historical Commission's working on it. I agree with the commissioner, the other comments of the commissioners, and just suggest that maybe since the Historical Commission will, as I understand it from this, be in front of the select board working on their mission statement. We have a mission statement that we were just, I believe, because it was literally taken from the act. And it's really not so much a mission statement, is it something to put on our webpage so people have clarity that there's a difference between the two commissions, what that difference is, and kind of a little bit of background and a summary of how to approach applications and whatnot. I think it would be beneficial to, if the Historic Commission's resolving their mission statement in short order, that we, they do that, we resolve ours, and then we would sign the MOU after, Val made a comment about getting some paperwork, whatever was distributed. If it's, whatever it is, maybe in a packet. And then we could vote on that MOU. And I do support the idea that with respect to the kind of intercommittee workings, that there would be a supplemental MOU. I think, we have to respect the fact that as we are independent, they are independent. But at the same time, I do believe it would be important to memorialize kind of a goodwill, good faith method of operation. It doesn't have to be super granular, but maybe some guardrails are put in place. We all won't be here forever, and neither will the individuals on that group. And it would be helpful, I think, to kind of memorialize that and have it be a kind of a guiding feature for future work. So if that's helpful, those are my comments.
Very. Thank you, Stephen. Anyone else? So what I'd like to do, Holly, now that you've heard sort of the comments, it sounds like if you could attend, well, you are going to attend tomorrow night's meeting. If you have an opportunity, you might want to sort of express some of the views that we've had in this conversation. And I think a few things, Val and the rest of the board, frankly, should see the town council opinion, as she stated. And I do think that the objective of them appearing before the select board tomorrow is for them to nail down the mission statement. Okay, so let's let that happen. We're close on our mission statement, let that happen. And then we can get into the memorandum of understanding. But, I would like to push it forward because I think it's generally a very good thing for us to be pursuing. I just want to make sure that we're not, doing something without thoroughly investigating all the possibilities.
Exactly.
So I think that's it. Holly, is that good enough for you for your purposes for now, for the next step?
Yes, sir. I kind of figure it will be brought up tomorrow night, and that's why I requested this. So I appreciate this time. I just want to make sure that you all basically have I guess, a want or a need to pursue it, and you support the concept. You just have some concerns, and rightfully so.
Totally support the concept.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's what I needed to be able to provide at least the select board. Again, I have publicly made comments how busy you all are and that this isn't on the top of your agenda. We have many, many people in this town that are looking forward to your deliberation of their application. So again, I appreciate this.
Okay.
Thank you, Holly.
Thanks, Holly. Yeah, and I'm
Thank you.
sorry that this is all taking so long, but we live in strange times. Okay, so next order of business is our very lengthy consent agenda. Now, did I see John McLaughlin arrived?
You did.
Hello, John.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing fine. It's very nice to see you. So,
Thank you.
John, right now, we're on the consent agenda. So, regular members right now are yourself, Val Oliver, Diane Coombs, and me. And we have 3 associate members on. So, Carrie and Stephen were just on this. So, Jesse, we're back to you in the rotation. So, oh, wow.
Need to recuse.
Yeah. Okay. So you need to recuse. Here we go. You need to recuse. I need to recuse.
Harry needs to recuse.
Harry needs, uh-oh. So maybe we don't have a board. So let's see. John's on it. Diane's on it. Carrie's out. Stephen, are you in or out?
I think I'm in.
Well, that would be
Look, I'm
nice.
in.
Jesse's in. Okay. So Diane, I'm going to have to turn it over to you. So your board for the consent is John McLaughlin, Jesse Dutra, Stephen Welch, and yourself.
I'm on the consent agenda, Mr. Chair.
Oh, you have an application on?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you need to recuse too, but we still have a quorum, I think.
Yeah, you,
Diane, and Stephen. Yeah. So Diane, are you muted, dear? I think you might be.
Yeah, we got 3 people. We got Steve,
Right.
Johnny, and me.
Correct. So do you want to move forward with the consent agenda?
Yes, let me get a motion to approve the consent agenda 1 through 55. Are there any questions? Johnny, are you have any questions?
Not at the moment. Go ahead. I'm looking at a different thing. Go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. And Steve, do you have any questions?
I don't believe so. So a motion to approve.
Thank you John, can you approve or I need to, I guess you can abstain, but what are you going to do for this?
Okay, number is on the consent, there are 50 of them,
55.
55.
55, all right. I've got the wrong set here. That's okay. No, I'll go along with it. Okay,
Thank you. Stephen,
I'll recruiting on it. That's-
right, Steve,
I'm an aye.
and I'm an aye, so that's 3 of us who have approved the consent. Now we'll go on to
Now we're
consent
to
with,
consent with conditions. We
right,
have a different group of people that need to be off of this one. So Jesse, you're one of them. And Carrie, you're the other one. I think that's it, right?
Yeah,
I
I'm
think that
in.
looks like it. Yeah,
Yeah. Val, you're okay?
Yep.
Okay. So the board on consent with conditions would be John, Val, Diane, myself, and Stephen. Okay? May I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Stephen. On Stephen's motion, Diane?
aye,
Thank you, Val.
Aye.
Thank you, John.
I have a comment.
Okay, go ahead.
Number 4, consent with conditions,
Yes.
7 Nantucket Road Pool. I'm trying to place the property where number 7 is on the road.
Can a member of
Can
staff,
anybody view it?
Kathy or Holly, can you
Yeah.
answer John on that?
Always on the
Which
team.
number is it?
4.
Number 4.
7
it says-
Matticat Road.
Mhm.
Yeah.
All right, I can put it up on the screen for you. There you go, John.
Thank you. Let me see.
Holly, I'm here if Lindsay's not. That's one of my clients.
Thank you.
Nantucket Road, let me see, Nantucket Road, Main Street, okay. Trying to locate it, that blue. New lane. Can you go to this site plan, please? Okay, that's that little cottage, okay. Is the pool visible by anybody?
No, John, the elevation is about 8 feet below the house that's on level with Matticat Road. The pool is actually downhill about 8 feet into a little valley because New Lane is so much lower than the house. So the
Yes.
pool drops down so far and there's a house behind it. You can't see it from anywhere because it's in a valley.
Thank you.
Okay, so there is a motion. That was all discussion on the motion, by the way. So if I got this right, so on the motion, Diane was in favor, correct?
Right, correct.
Okay, Val, you were in favor,
Aye.
right? John, are you in favor of the motion?
Quick question, are there 18 of them?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. Are you in or out on the motion, John?
Okay, who made the motion?
Uh, I forget. Stephen made the motion.
I don't think I'm on this one, am I?
Yeah, you are.
Oh, I
It's
am?
consent.
Yeah.
It's just consent with conditions.
I thought you made the motion, Stephen.
I made the last motion.
The
Consent,
I'll make a
consent.
mo,
Oh, God. Okay.
I'll make a motion to,
Okay. Just to reiterate here, the board on consent with conditions is John McLaughlin, Val Oliver, Diane Coombs, Stephen Welch, and myself. Okay? So
right.
Diane has made a motion to approve consent with conditions. We'll start with you, Stephen.
I'm gonna abstain.
Abstention. Okay. Val.
Aye.
Okay. Diane.
Aye.
Thank you. John.
Aye.
Okay, and chairs in favor, so that motion carries 4 in favor, 1 abstention. Okay? That's consent with conditions. Now we're on to signs. And let's see, so Stephen was just on this. Jesse, why don't you stay on all the signs just to keep it simple? All right?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. So Kathy, can you just go down and tell
Yes.
the
So
story?
number one was the application was withdrawn.
What?
The application was withdrawn, number
Oh.
one,
Okay, so we scratched that.
withdrawn at the meeting. So,
Okay, so
Right,
that's off the
right.
agenda.
okay. So number two was held for revisions and representation.
Well, you mean by the sign advisory?
Yes, yes.
So we're gonna hold that.
Okay. And then number,
But wait, I need to take a motion on that.
okay.
Okay,
Motion to hold per sign advisory
thank you,
committee's recommendations.
thank you. Diane,
Aye.
John. John,
Yeah, I'm looking at something. Thank you. Just a second.
all right, I'll come back.
Sign.
Jesse,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
John, are you ready? This is just to hold the sign.
Yeah.
To hold.
Number two is 117 Orange Street.
Yes, but we're holding it, John.
I'm sorry,
We're holding it. The motion is to hold it.
you're gonna hold it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So you're in favor? Okay, and I'm in favor. Motion carries. Number 3.
Number 3, 4, and 5 were approved as submitted.
Oh, thank goodness. Okay,
Motion to approve 3, 4, and 5 per the sign committee's positive recommendation.
okay, great. Thank you. On that,
Number,
on that,
sorry,
motion,
keep doing it.
Jesse,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
thank you, Val,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. That motion carries. How about the rest of them?
So number 6 was approve the sign advisory council comments.
Okay,
Motion to approve number 6
okay.
per
Per
the
sign
sign
advisory.
advisory comments.
Yes. On that motion, Jesse. Jesse,
Yes, aye.
thank you. Diane,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
thank you. Val,
Aye.
I'm in favor. Okay, that was 6. How about number 7?
Number 7 and 8 were withdrawn at the meeting today as well.
Withdrawn. Okay, great. Love that. Okay, so take no action on that. Okay, folks, boy, we just got through 2 pages out of 30. So now we're on to number 6, old business carried over. First item on the agenda is 2 Gray Lady Lane, of which I am not a part. It is Diane, Abby's not
Yep.
here, Stephen's here, and Jesse's here. So it's a 3-person board, and that is to you, Diane Coombs, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'm the rep. This was held for a view with stakes, which was done. Unfortunately, we didn't get our revisions in for the last old business, so it is now fast forward to here. I hope everybody had a chance to view, because the bulk of the concerns were the heights of the buildings, and that the lots, you know, the building seemed to go from sideline to sideline. So I put together a little presentation of the structures that are existing under construction and presently built. And maybe we should scroll to the end, Holly. I think that was at the end, to show context, because I think that's important. Every structure in there so far is 30 feet or several inches lower than 30 feet. The red arrow shows our lot, which is right next to a large boat building that is on Bartlett Road. This is just sort of a sweeping context of the structures that are there in construction in various stages. So what I went through and did was I went and pulled the HDC approvals for these buildings and wrote down the approved height, and then showed the site plans to give a context, which I think you'll see are all similar in size, form, etc. So that's 13, 11. And yes, they do take up the bulk of their lots, but this is an approved subdivision, and these are the lot sizes that we have to work with. And then the last piece here is showing our proposed structure on its site. And there was a request to have measurements from the bike path to the structure, specifically the rear screened-in porch. At that point, it's 24 feet, and at its closest in the front, it's 14. There's some trees that have just been planted there probably 6 months or so ago. And there is a swath of land that I believe belongs to the town in between this lot and the bike path. So that's just a little context before we review the changes on the structure.
Thank you. Thank you, Val. I don't know if anybody else, I just want to mention this in case it happens again. I don't know if anybody else is having problems with the sound staying up, but I have lost sound connection twice for Ray and once for Val just now. And I don't know why. I don't do anything, but it goes out. I don't know if anybody else has gotten it, but thank you. So Stephen, have you got something you would like to say?
I just want to review the changes, if I may, Madam Chair.
Oh, sure. Sorry.
That's okay. So basically, there was some concerns with an exterior fireplace, and it had a herringbone pattern. So they switched the building. They actually flipped it. They eliminated that chimney and moved it to the other side. They simplified the roof line. And I want to point out that although the highest point of this structure is 29 something, over half of it is lower than that. And I believe, 24 feet or less. So I think that's important to point out. And we just basically simplified it, flipped it, and can you scroll up, Holly, to the next? Again, continued the roof line. We eliminated the salt box form, pulled the the chimney, as I said, to the other side, and there were some windows that were bisecting the floor levels because they were in a staircase. We eliminated that. So I think we've addressed the concerns, and I hope that I've clarified the massing with regard to its area.
Oh, thank you.
Sure.
All set?
Yep.
Okay. Steve, can I see what you think?
Yeah, sure. I appreciate the changes. I did take a look at the siding with the stakes, addressed any concern I had. Val, the thing that is kind of odd, it's just not showing up in the drawings. I realize these aren't your drawings. If you look at the west elevation, the way this is drawn, it looks like on the front of the house, which is on the right side, there's a large gable dormer that you see the side of. And then from the front, it looks like a structure that is a second floor structure with a third floor area that ties into the main roof. So my point is that on the west elevation, part of the structure is not actually showing. It looks like, and it looks as if
What?
something's missing.
So I know that that's a little probably 6-inch, 8-inch bump.
Okay.
To just define that gable forward, are you saying on, it's not the west, it's the, what's the side that faces the road? Hold on. On the south,
Or-
it doesn't show up? Is that what you're saying?
Well, what I'm seeing is, and it may be obscured by a section line on the west and on the east elevations. It looks as though there's a corner board that goes from the first floor up to the second floor at the rake. And it doesn't show this actually kind of jotting out there. I guess the bigger point is this, is I think that it should be more, or it should be flush, and that roof structure should be a little bit smaller. Because the way it looks now, it just looks like an oversized dormer from the side. And I don't think that a dormer if it appears to be that, I don't think that that's completely appropriate. Whereas
Are
if
you
it's,
talking about with the 3 windows and then the little window up above?
yeah. So from the front, it looks appropriate. From the sides, it looks like it looks like an oversized dormer.
Okay, so I think what's missing maybe that isn't shown there is there probably would be, in my opinion, maybe another help me out here, corner board. Because that
Yep.
is defined by a little 6-inch bump. So we can do either. We can make it flush if that's preferable, and then it's just a gable form, or we can maybe define it slightly bigger.
It is the one last question on this. It's hard to tell with these drawings aren't super crisp like yours are in terms of the notations. Is the roof pitch the same for, I presume the roof pitch for the primary structure and this gable forward are the same pitch?
The little gable forward looks like it's a slightly different pitch than the one facing the road. I do think you're right. I have it in small form as well.
Yeah. So if it's one look, the primary structure roof looks to be maybe 712, and then this gable forward looks to be a 1012. And I think that if that were lowered more towards a
Okay.
912 and it were a 6-inch jut, it would be fine. I
Can
don't
we do
necessarily
that?
think it needs corner boards. I just, corner board actually may look odd on that second floor mass. I
Okay.
just was trying to understand what I was looking at in the drawing. So, other than that, I thought that it was a, nice design to begin with. So I have no concerns.
Okay, thank you. Jesse,
Sorry. Yeah, I agree with Steve on that. And think that the improvements are good and appreciate the application.
Thank you. Val, I wondered, looking at it, that they took out that little drop that broke the ridge. And
Yeah.
I was wondering,
This is a modular structure, and I guess the way that they had to move things around to make the modifications possible that they made, it was simpler to just have that as one roof line.
so on the, I'm not sure which thing, I guess it is the south. How long is that ridge? I can't see anything except, what's the proposed vent? That's,
Well, can we maybe look at the floor plan and zoom in, Holly? I'm sorry, I don't have that right in front of me. I can use a magnifying glass here.
and they
It's
changed,
not 50, I can tell you that. It's
okay. It's probably 40 then, right?
I'm not sure, but I can figure that out for you. I think it's 44.
Okay. And on the relocated chimney, they said remove the inset, but we're going to
Correct.
have
So-
it regular. Okay, that's
Yep.
all I wanted to know, make sure. All right. Can I get a motion, please, on this?
You think, Steve, we could do that through staff?
Madam Chair, if I may, through you. Val, it looks like it's a 7/12 pitch, as I said, on the primary structure, a 10/12 on the gable forward. It looks like you're about
Where have you been?
29 feet tall.
Yeah.
4 or 5 times?
What if you went up? What if the primary mast went up from a 7/12 on the front to an 8/12? And then the secondary gable mast dropped to an 8/12. So you're increasing your ridge height slightly on your primary mast, and you're decreasing your ridge height more than a little bit, but not a ton, on your gable forward.
I don't know where they'll land with the height on that. And we were hoping to sort of move this along so they could get going with Huntington. Can we leave the main mast 7 and just lower that front gable facing on the west to an 8 or a 9?
That's fine with me. I was just looking to give it a little bit of space up there, actually, as opposed to taking it away. I'm more asking if
I
it works
don't
with the
think-
program than I'm asking permission. So does it work with your program to decrease the gable forward to an 8/12?
Yes.
Motion approved through staff with the primary the gable forward on the west elevation being an 8/12.
Okay, that would keep the house under 30 though, right?
Yes.
Yep, no change in height.
All right, super, thank you. All right, Jesse, I have a motion. What do you see?
Madam Chair, may I ask a question on your motion? Through you, Val, I got a question for you, and this just might be something that I'm just looking at.
Yeah.
But the previous, so it used to be a salt box, correct? Up here, right?
And it
Previous
died.
submission.
Yep.
And it was removed. But up here, this shows the previous not with the salt box and the proposed with the salt box. I'm
Right,
confused.
so the first thing I said, and I have in the revisions, is they flipped the facade, the 2 sides. So really, this side was the former side that had the little gable that it died into, and we eliminated the gable.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Sorry.
Okay, no worries.
Jesse, can I get a vote?
Motion to approve as submitted.
Thank you.
There was already a motion on the floor.
Was there,
I-
sorry?
He was approving it. I mean, he was saying aye, that's all. And I say aye, so that's all three of us have approved it through staff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Next up, 17 Main Street. Linda, you're on, right?
Ray,
Yes, John.
I have a question.
I'm here.
Is this 2 Gray Lady Lane?
Are you asking me whether that's where we are on the agenda, John?
Yeah, I'd like to see the
No, so actually,
He's
that
not
was,
on any of these.
yeah, so John,
uh,
right now, and this is, we are on old business that was carried over. And so you weren't on that first one, but Val just told me, and I believe that she's correct, you are not on any of the old business applications that were carried over. We
Well,
have,
it looks like he's on 45 though, Ray. He's on ours at 45. But that's what it says on the thing.
Yeah, 28 Eel Point.
He's on Eel Point.
45 what? Oh, no,
Culvert.
you're right. Okay,
And he's
yes,
also on Michelle Black at 28 Eel Point Road.
okay, I stand corrected. Anyway, so John, that was item number 1 on old business was just approved. You're on one coming up, you're on item number 5, but we still have to get through 2 through 4 before you come back on again, okay? Because we have these established boards. So we'll be back to you in a little while.
Ray, I have a question.
Yes.
On number 1, 2 Gray Lady. All right, we just had that up there with the plot plan, didn't we?
Mhm.
Yeah.
All right, could we go to the plot plan? I have a question.
You're
John,
not on it.
Oh, I'm not, wait a minute, okay. One other question then, okay. There's, how many of these? Trying to get the page here. There's 18 of them, right?
yes.
Yep.
And I'm not sitting on any of them?
No. I'm sorry, I was wrong. You're sitting on number 5. You're sitting on number 6. You're sitting on number 9.
That's it.
I think that's it. So you're sitting on 3 of the old business applications. John, if you look at the red print, it will tell you who's sitting on which board. So you're on 3 of these, but so we're going to continue with item number 2 now. So the board on this is myself, Diane, Val, and Steven, and that's it.
Yeah.
Abby's not with us anymore. So
She still is with us, but
not with us tonight, just to be clear. Okay, so
Okay, I'm sitting on 5 and 6.
yes.
actually, Ray, Abby is
All
on
right.
this one.
So it's 17 Main
Guys,
Street,
please,
right?
Please.
It's Pole, Coombs, Camp, Oliver, and Welch.
Yeah, Abby is not here.
Oh, she's not here.
No.
Well,
Okay. So,
he is not with us.
all right. That's what I just said. Yes. Okay. So 17 Main Street, please, let's move it along. It's been an hour and we just approved the first application. So let's move. So
We all saw the window. I put the
Okay.
window up. You
Yeah.
saw the window up there. He didn't put it in right, but there it is. And the
Main Street.
muttons are the small muttons that they're supposed to be. The profile is actually better than what's in there because what's in there, as Ray knows, is Brosco and they're falling apart.
Okay.
So there it is. It's going to be painted that dark green that we applied for, the Essex green or whatever they call it now. And we'll move on from there.
Okay, so I viewed this, was anyone else, any of the voting members have an opportunity to view this window when it was up?
Absolutely.
Okay.
When
I'd
we
like
have
to-
a view, it's important to view.
Yep.
I agree.
My question is, I do appreciate the profile of the grills. Are they gonna keep the storms on there or no?
We'd rather not do the storms. HSAB also said if they can get away from the storms, get away from the storms. The windows don't need the storms, as Ray can attest. He's nodding that they don't need it for the R value.
Right.
But they look better without the storms. It's the storms that really irritated HSAB.
Yeah,
They didn't have storms back in the day when this would have been built.
correct.
And they're not going to be that natural color. They're going to be painted that dark green.
I get it.
Yep. Okay, so Val?
I'm okay with this. I was not a fan of the idea of this, but I think because it's on the second floor and the profile does match the more historic windows, I'd like to just, say we'll review these on a case-by-case basis because I do not want to see a proliferation of
I
these.
think that we really, Val,
Yeah.
to that point, I really think that in moving forward with this, we really have to review each application.
Yeah, yeah.
You
So
know,
for this
not a
application, I'm
wholesale,
fine.
like approval for all of downtown, because I think every condition, well,
It's
in fact,
different.
every
Yeah.
window manufacturer is different.
Not everybody has 6/6s either. They have much bigger plate windows and all kinds of stuff.
Right.
Okay, so yes.
That's Val. Stephen?
Yep, so I agree with the comments that have been made. To summarize, I'm okay with these particular windows in these particular locations on these particular floors.
And many particular.
Right.
Very particular.
We're being very cautious here, Linda.
Yep. I appreciate that.
Yeah. All right, Stephen, thank you. Diane? Diane's probably muted. Let me
I
go.
think she's on mute.
She probably is. Ask to unmute. There.
I don't know what's happening to this thing. I don't know whether it's my iPad or the Zoom. We couldn't get it into this morning at all. I couldn't. So anyway, I am particularly in favor of this approval.
Thank you.
You're particularly in favor of this approval?
Right.
Okay. So I think Diane, and I am too, I'm happy that we all were able to look at the window in place, and I'm certainly satisfied that, boy, unless you have X-ray vision, it's going to be impossible to tell that there's 2 layers of glass up there. So I'm in favor, but I'm in favor with this obvious caveat that moving forward with anything like this in the OHD, we really have to review it on a case-by-case basis. So,
And
with
Mr.
that-
Chairman, would the language in a motion be specific to this structure?
Yeah,
Okay.
definitely. Well, and so I think I would ask one of my members to give me a motion if they could.
So, Mr. Chairman, the motion would be to approve the windows, these particular windows. It's a Marvin.
It's a Marvin, yeah, with a Nantucket profile.
So the Marvin is shown, and can we label the image that's on the screen as Exhibit A?
Great
Sure,
idea.
I've got a lot of pictures of it, so.
Yeah, no, just to be clear with this particular approval for future purposes. So the image that's on the screen now, we'd be labeling this design, this style of window, Marvin style window, for second and third floor installation, painted. What's the color, Linda?
Essex green, and the
Essex
trim
green.
is going to be cliffside gray.
So Essex green, the colors per the application.
Thank you.
Okay, that's your motion, Stephen.
Yeah, so Exhibit A, Marvin Exhibit A windows on the second and third floor.
Stephen, say Essex green in particular, because what's on the
Yes.
application is a darker green, almost a black green. So just say Essex green.
Everybody's
you,
good with
Linda.
Essex green?
He did say Essex green.
Match the windows down below.
No, they've got to be painted. They're all different colors.
Okay.
I don't know what
Essex green is an
All right,
approved.
Terry can sort that all out.
Okay, so that is Stephen's motion. On Stephen's motion, Val,
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
Thank you. Stephen.
Aye.
Great, and I'm in favor, so that motion carries. Thank you,
Thank
Linda.
you, everybody.
And now we're on to Val's project at 59B Pulpus. Board sitting on this is myself, sitting on both of them, actually. Myself, Diane, Stephen, and Jesse. So let's go.
Chairman?
Okay.
Oh, yes, John.
Ray, I have a question.
Yep, go ahead.
All right, I'm just looking at this. There are 18
Oh, my goodness.
carried overs, right?
Correct.
Okay. I only one time sitting on a 5, 6, and 9.
Correct. That's right.
Okay, when did they last have a meeting on this? Because I know I missed a meeting.
Oh,
meetings,
well,
multiple
yeah, these go back a ways. Yeah.
Okay, I'm sitting on 3 out of 18. Is that right?
Yeah. They go back, well, Hulbert Avenues, Carrie can speak to that. I think the last time we've reviewed that was probably a month ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3 weeks ago.
Mhm.
Okay, all right.
All right,
Yeah.
hang in there, John. We're gonna get a few out of the way before we get to you. All right, so 59B Pulpus Road.
Ray, I want to notify you, all right, that I had to go away for, see the heart doctor today, so I don't know how long I'm gonna be here, but I'll stick out those 3 that are left that I haven't.
Well, that would be great, John. That would be super. Hopefully it won't take us too long to get through number 9.
Okay.
All right.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Thank you.
No, but thank you, John. Thank you for the information. Okay, so here we go.
Go Val.
Yes.
Okay, so again, I'm representing for somebody. There was an overall concern with height. The color palette was white trim and black windows and doors. And those I took away as the main concerns. So we've changed the roof pitch and dropped the building by 1'7" to 26'5", which is great. I think it looks good too. We changed the oval windows in the front by the door. That was a concern Abby had, although I don't think you'd see them. They changed them anyway from oval to square, 4 lights.
Right.
And the biggest change was the trim is going to be now platinum gray and the windows and doors black.
Fabulous.
So those were major concessions, and I think what everybody really wanted. So I think we've addressed the concerns.
Okay, well, we shall see, but I think you're right. Okay.
I got
So
the windows.
who is that?
But somebody mute Linda.
Okay. Jesse, do you want to begin?
Sure. I appreciate the changes, especially bringing the height down and the color change. I think this building looks good. Thank you.
Thank you, Jesse. Stephen.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Appropriate changes. Thank you.
Great. Diane.
They are appropriate. Thank you.
Oh boy, we have liftoff because I'm in favor. So
Okay.
can we have a motion on that one?
Motion to approve as submitted.
That was Jesse, right?
Correct.
Great, thanks. On the motion, Stephen,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Jesse,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Motion carries. That was the dwelling. And now we have the garage apartment.
Okay.
Same board, by the way.
Yep. On the garage, we didn't make any changes. Instead, we pushed it back. It's 100 feet from the road, 65 feet from the bike path.
Okay, and I'm going to guess that you changed the trim color, right?
Well, yes, to match the house. Yes, correct. Yep.
Okay.
That's correct.
All right. Okay, folks. Anyone?
I'm just looking for the previous location on the site plan. Is it shown anywhere?
I didn't dot it in there. It was much closer to the bike path, and that was a concern. So we're essentially 100 feet from the road and 65 from the bike path.
Okay, I have no concerns.
Okay. Thanks, Jesse. Stephen?
I'm fine with it. I'll make a motion if you're ready.
Well, let me just check in with Diane. Diane, are you okay with this?
Yep, it's all right.
Okay. I think you can make your motion then, Stephen.
Motion to approve through staff at 66 feet from the road. Just kidding, Val. 65 is fine.
65 from the bike path,
Oh, that's
Yeah,
good.
that's what I meant.
100 from the road.
Okay, so the motion, I believe, is to approve as submitted. Correct, Stephen?
Yes.
All right. On that motion, Jesse,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
thank you, Stephen.
Aye.
And I'm in favor, motion carries. Okay. All right, now we are to, Carrie, are you going to be representing this or Luke? I forget. Well, doesn't much matter.
I'm representing.
Luke is, okay. So the board on these two, John, you're on this. So we have myself, Diane, John, Val, and an alternate is Stephen on both. Okay. Let's take a look. Holly, remind me, we have HSAB on this, right?
Yes, Mr. Chair, HSAB took a look at this back on October 5th. They have not met since. They did have concerns for both, obviously, the demo move and the new dwelling itself. To reiterate, they wanted to preserve because it's historic, not because it's attractive, was an overall comment. And recommended to take the existing and enhance it rather than tear it down.
Okay, so that was the original comments, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because so nothing really reflective of what I believe Luke is going to show us some revisions to the new. Okay. Thank you, Holly. Let's see. Luke, go for it.
Are we going over the demo first? Is that what we're doing?
You know, the demo is the demo.
It looks
I
like-
don't,
Well,
was that you, Val?
yeah, I think I'd like to have it in the opposite review, the demo first and then the new.
Okay, well, let's see. Oh yeah, because it's different now.
Oh, yep, I see that.
So, okay, so let's review the demo. All right.
Thank you.
Sorry, guys, but yeah, Val, why don't you go?
This is the demo.
Yeah.
Well, should I recap the whole demo? What I'd like to do is just, and I think Linda's kind of a backup. Is it okay if I speak, Ray?
Yeah.
So you guys received Linda's comprehensive package of demolition in general. And I know you wanted, that was a specific request at the first meeting, was that you guys take some time to really review the context of Hulbert Avenue in conjunction with this subject property, because it really points to the appropriateness of what we're presenting relative to the change on Hulbert over the last 50 years. And you've been provided, again, I'm gonna, unless you tell me otherwise, I'm gonna assume that maybe you guys have gone through each individual house, understand what was demolished and what's been substantially altered. But all of these have been presented to you in this package. As a, and then I would also, I suppose, ask you to look at the streetscape that I provided and the photographic beachside representation, just to orient yourselves to the overall context, which should be part of this whole package. You know, to recap, the existing building that was of merit is right there on Willard Street, and that was the one that had historic, in our opinion, had historic significance. But the family chose to move that and build the new home, which in its day was was really not at all in keeping with this home. It set a whole new precedent for, frankly, in my opinion, just maxing out the footprint in terms of interior space, and basically allow the interior space to govern what the exterior ended up looking like. I think we certainly don't feel like this building, and the reason we're suggesting that it is appropriate to be demolished is we do not feel it holds to the guidelines. We are clear that, and I think it was expressed by in the last meeting by some on the board, that if this was presented today, it would not be approvable. And we would like you to consider, you know, this building on its architectural merits. You know, the guidelines lay out the layout, set out the ways for us to consider a building. And if you look at my beach context study there, you can see how I feel like our proposed building that we're now presenting to you today fits really well with the overall frontage. And all of these are scale buildings that have been taken out of the building department, and we've done our best to get everything correctly drawn up so the context is, you know, really quite clear. But if we were to look at the beach context study and you were to look at existing number 45, it really doesn't hold to what was in its day built in the Northeast on beaches, which is more of the shingle style, gambrel roofs, low porch roofs. You know, there was a general architectural emphasis to bring the architecture down and sort of lay it low. You can see that on Holbert, it's there is an eclectic mix, and in particular, the houses to its immediate left and its immediate right all have been new homes, both as empty lots and houses that were demolished and replaced by new buildings. And these have all been since the 1980s. Again, if you were to go back to some of Linda's earlier analysis of the entire street, there's just demolition after demolition and a substantial change. I think I'm close to, let me just double check a couple of things here. Yeah, so I think we would ask you to, you know, while we respect the historic board's comments, we're perplexed why they would hold this as a historic building, because it has no merit from a guideline standpoint. And I don't believe, as Holly just mentioned, that it's really historic. It's historic only in its day that it was built, but it has no. The town council has suggested that we can't base our decision on the year it was built. It has to be based on the architectural merits of a building. I don't know if Linda's on board and wants to add anything specifically, if you have more specifics you'd like to ask, but
I'm here if anybody has any questions about the packet or the research. It was kind of fun doing this. It took hours, but it's a very eclectic street. This structure doesn't really have the eclectic.
Okay.
Huh?
Could you keep it brief?
Yep. It doesn't really have any of the architectural uniqueness of anything else that's on that street. There's all kinds of stuff. Gambrel, as you know, Ray, you've done a gambrel down there, is a very common type of thing. At the last meeting we had this, there was general support for the design, given a few changes that Luke had put in to replace it. So I think he's concentrated somewhat on the next one, on meeting your concerns about what you wanted changed on the gambrel style.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I just wanted to reiterate the comments that came from the Nantucket Preservation Trust, which is on your screen, about the existing 45 Hulbert Avenue beach plum. The current owners, the constables, resided on Brant Point since 1909. In 1920, they purchased Salt Air, which was moved in 1938 per the information that Linda provided. And they built Beach Plum on the site in 1939, where it has stood ever since. It's worth noting the original structure on this lot was not demolished, but moved, thanks to the constables for being early preservationists. The house is not only visible from Holborn Avenue, but from the waterfront, and has been part of the Brant Point streetscape that welcomes visitors to the island for 81 years. I urge the commissioners to seriously consider if they will allow another historic structure on an iconic street to be demolished before reviewing the plans for the new building.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Val, did you want to, you want to review this first? So do you have things you would like to say about this?
I appreciate that probably parts of this building might be 81 years old.
Okay,
Am I on?
I don't
Yeah,
have
you're
any.
Hang on.
So's Diane.
But I, having read through all this and seeing how the original structure was moved and what this has evolved into, I am now agreeing with Luke. I believe that this is something we wouldn't approve today. It doesn't really have any architectural integrity, except that maybe some of it is 81 years old. I don't know. Luke, could you even identify what that possibly would have been? Just that one little gable right there, that's red on the front facade, but I am leaning toward being okay with letting this go.
Okay. Thank you, Val. Let's see, who else? John, are you still with us?
Yes,
Okay, so we're talking about the demo of this building. Do you have anything you would like to say?
I have some comments, yes.
Okay, go ahead.
I've driven down there quite a bit. You go from one end of Halbert Avenue to the other. What is there today, years ago, we used to call it Millionaires Row. And the other Millionaires Row is up on the cliff. And the third one is in Sconset, Sankaty Avenue. So anyway, I just want to relate my thoughts on that. What you got proposed here now makes very little changes in trying to match everything that's on Hubbard Avenue. A lot of it ties in with the window schemes. That's important to me. Is the window, how many windows in the structure. So I was just saying that you gotta look at that first before you go ahead with anything else. Check the windows and how many there are. Anyway, let me leave it at that. That's my opinion.
Okay, so John, just to be clear, we're reviewing the demolition of this existing building. The review of the new building that would potentially take its place is going to happen next, and you're on that one too. Okay?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, John. Diane.
Luke, when was this building was primarily built 81 years ago? have there been any changes on the front of the building in those 81 years, or is it as it was built?
It's as it was built.
Okay. I don't know. I don't think it's in keeping. I'm not thrilled with knocking down another building that's been there 81 years. It's pretty good. I don't know why we took this without seeing what is going to go in its place, because I would like to see what's going to go into its place before I say whether I would demo or move it. It's too big to move, so it's going to be demoed.
Correct.
Uh,
So Diane, Luke does have another
Yep.
building design that we've already looked at. It's a gambrel, and he's made modifications to that. So we just sort of flip things on the agenda. So we're reviewing the demo now, but the application for the new building that would replace it is up next. So you will get a chance
yeah,
to,
no,
okay.
I know it was up next. I just
Okay.
said I would like to have seen it first before we
Okay.
went on
Well,
with the demo.
maybe, so I feel like where we are is Luke is getting a sense of the board in terms of the demo. And so once we've had this discussion, then we can move over to the new, to the new design.
Right. Well, you don't need to be to vote. I recuse myself or abstain.
Abstain, yeah. Abstain. From this?
Right. From the demo. I abstain from making a vote on the demo.
Okay.
We don't have to vote on this one, Mr. Chairman, until you guys look at the next one. We're fine with that.
All
That's-
right.
That's
So
normal.
I think, listen, I was actually the one that said, if this building came in new, that we would never approve it in its current state. I've been in this house. I know the people that live there. And there's a lot about it that's aesthetically undesirable. And I think to Luke's point about, historic, I think just the fact that it is older doesn't just sort of in and of itself mean that it's, seriously contributing to the fabric. Having said that, I think that one thing that was mentioned the last time, and it may have been by Abby, is that there's a simplicity to this building. That I can certainly agree with her on, that it may be ugly, but it's simple. And that is the sort of tone of Hulbert Avenue, even though it was indeed Millionaires Row. The millionaires were all building relatively simple buildings. So that's something that I would like to see carried over into a new design. So that's kind of the discussion on the demo. Do we want to now jump over to the discussion for the new design that would potentially replace this?
That would be helpful for us.
I think that it would be, so we get the full picture.
Mr. Chairman, is there an alternate sitting on this one?
Let me see.
I believe Steve and,
Oh, yeah, Steven's on. Well, actually, you have two alternates, but I think you only need one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so Steven would be on this. Oh, shoot. So Steven, you were actually an alternate on the demo too.
Okay, yeah, you summarized the comments I think I would have made on the demo, only adding that perhaps, really no, I'm sure they were all fine people, but no local notoriety of the inhabitants or the architect.
Yeah.
And I'd like to emphasize going into the new design, the concept that although this is large, it is simple massing. And I think it's refreshing, kind of juxtaposed against the refined, more complex structures that have been being built down there. So
Correct.
that would be an element that I would definitely be looking to replicate somehow, hopefully in the design of the replacement. So with that, would we just have the demo track? Do
we
you
can
need a
come back to the
motion on that?
demo if you guys like the other design.
Mr. Chair, do you need a motion to have the demo track?
Yeah, I'm gonna have the demo track. So let's just move that so that we can have it done with, but obviously Luke and Linda, you get a good sense of where the board is on the demo, okay? So the motion on the table right now from Stephen is to have this demolition track the new replacement building's design. So on that motion, Val,
Aye.
thank you. John,
Repeat the motion, please.
the motion is that we're going to have this demo track the new building, which we're going to see next, John.
Okay, aye.
Okay, thanks. Diane?
He's muted.
Aye, aye, aye.
There's Diane. Okay, Stephen?
Aye.
All right, and I'm in favor. All right, so that's that. And now let's move along to the new dwelling.
Ray, was that last one a motion for number 5 or number 6?
It was actually a motion for number 6, John, but we took them out of order. So now we're going to review number 5, which is the new dwelling for the same property. And you're on this as well.
Good, thank you.
Okay? Okay,
Mr. Chair,
yes.
could I, if you wouldn't mind, read HSAB's October 5th comments just to remind the
Yeah.
board?
That would be great. Thank you, Holly.
Okay. Should have a celebrated front door. This feels monolithic. Changes are superficial, not enough. Example, photo has rhythm. There's a photo within the application from Luke that shows an existing gambrel, and that's what was referred to. Not enough hierarchy. Front door is side additive mass. It's not in the main mass. The main mass is not big enough. It's hidden. The existing wing is smaller. That gave room for the front door. The existing building has a proper front door. Change the massing so that the front door reads as a front door. Have a gambrel facing Holbert and face over the porch was a suggestion. There's a comment about what is the front versus the back. It's picking and choosing. It needs to have that defined front. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, so Holly, just to be clear, what you just read reflects the revised Luke's revisions that we're reviewing now, right?
If these are the same plans that were submitted for October 5th, then yes, but I'm not 100%. No? Okay.
So it's been revised since then. I
Yeah.
believe.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, hang on. No, those comments were correct for what you're looking at now.
Okay,
I thought so. Thank you.
all right. So Luke, go for it.
Okay, so starting on the site plan, Holly had asked me to, if you look at the existing site plan, had asked me to basically show the existing building. As I indicated in the first meeting, we're locked into this footprint. The main mass and the L coming back towards the road is completely locked in by the governing Conservation Commission setbacks. And Holly asked me to show more clearly the existing building, and then the dot you can see sort of dotted in the proposed building. It sort of dots its way around. We took all your comments to heart, and I think I addressed every commissioner's suggestions in terms of how to make this a better house. On the south elevation, we made all of the first floor, we made all of the windows bigger. Regarding the front door, we widened the front staircase so that it was more central, and we centered the dormer that was beyond it so that it was in alignment. We have a greater definition of the main masses, which are on the far side, but you can see it on the south elevation between the left-hand gambrel mass and the right-hand gambrel taller mass with the Widow's Walk. The right-hand side of the building we squared off. We did have it as going jigs and jogs, and we squared it off, and we moved it back away from the street so that it's a simpler form. We've added chimneys, which we thought was a good idea. Diane came up with. We've changed all the window types from 6/1s to 6/6s. That's the south elevation. On the west elevation, to accomplish this greater definition of gambrel, to break the north continuous roof, we shifted the western smaller gambrel to the right, and we telescoped it out of the taller gambrel. So we actually made that gambrel slightly lower, and we made the main gambrel slightly taller. And we now have this standard and classic solution that we see most often with applications in terms of the telescoping effect. Again, all the windows have changed. On the north elevation, you can see again how the main roofs now, instead of having a continuous roof, I kind of wish I stuck with my color drawings, even though you guys asked me to get rid of them, because they're easier to read. But
No, I like these better. Sorry.
oh, you do?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Good old black and white
Okay.
works.
Well, so on the left-hand taller gambrel, we've sort of clearly identified the main mass with the widow's walk. And this conceptually, you have to understand that, again, we're locked in by our setbacks as an overall project. But the general concept was this grew over time. It wasn't built all at one time. So main mass is the left-hand side with the widow's walk. And then later, abstractly, if you want to say 25 years later, they added the right-hand side and they moved back towards the street. This was how we tried to address the growth of the building. One other thing to keep in mind is we are 6 feet above the floodplain. And this building at its highest point is only 24.5 feet tall. So it's actually a pretty modest house, but it seems significant because it's lifted up so high. So I just ask you to keep that in mind. On the north elevation, we took away the double door set that was on the left-hand dormer and simplified. Again, we made all of the windows bigger and but kept nice alignments. The right-hand dormer on the smaller gambrel, we actually made smaller. And then we added windows on the first floor below that. I think there was some comments that I would agree with from the board at the first meeting that talked about how all of the waterside buildings open up with glass to the water. And I think if you look at some of the photographs that I presented to you, you'll see that's certainly the truth. It's certainly true. We didn't go for a bazillion, French doors or giant picture windows. We stuck more rigidly with a historic pattern of just ganged double hungs. And then the east elevation is sort of a reflection of the west. Much of this side is only 10 feet away from the building to its right. So you don't see it. You would never see it square on like this. You just. But again, we simplified. If you look at the left-hand side, that side was simplified. I think those are all my comments. Again, we tried to, we took all your comments seriously and did our best to make a nicer building. This building here, I originally presented because we felt that the second floor shingled decks sort of disappeared. Rather than have railings going across, they sort of disappear into the architecture of shingle, and that's why I presented this. But it's also a good indicator of gang double hung windows being a pleasant presentation towards the water. I think that's it.
Okay. Thank you, Luke. Okay, board members.
I'll start if, I'll
Thank you.
start if you
Thank
like.
you very much, Diane. Go ahead.
Okay,
Diane?
I think the building is very nice looking. One of the problems, stupid problems that I have is that's for 5 years, I was the mailman down on Hobart Avenue every day, winter and summer. And 45 Hobart Avenue, I remember going in the side entrance, not up the front door. I wasn't on the architectural, on the HDC, so I didn't look at everything. But it's driving me crazy. But I think this presents itself. I have got, however, some remarks. I think your mulled windows on the north are not what you see from the water on Hobart Avenue. I think the windows shouldn't be big or French doors or any of that stuff. I think they should be bigger and farther apart. You have 10 windows on that north elevation, and that's too many. I think if you have 2, 4 on the first floor left and made them bigger, this is your view. I think one of the thing about houses on Halbert Avenue is they have good size windows. I don't know what the full size is because I can't get into the window schedule, but the windows need to be bigger. There's no reason to keep them small. I think they're small on the east elevation, and that's the only 2 elevations I get to see. I don't mind the roof walk. I don't mind the chimney with the owl. I like the break in the between the supposed old and new. To me, it is the use of the good size windows and cutting down on the north side the number of mulled windows and make them large windows. Why make them these, which we consider in any house? This is a house looking out on the water. It should be as large as 6 as you can get, or certainly larger than what you've got here. So other than that, I think the widow's walk is well proportioned, and I appreciate the break in the ridge. And I think as a house on Halbert Avenue, it is a better one than the one that's there. So I would, at that time, retract my thing of demoing or removing the old one. And I appreciate the changes you've got. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Diane. Okay, Val.
I also agree. I think it's a handsome house and it does complement the houses along the way there. And I think I would just say to Luke, take the ball and run with that large window comment, Luke. Put in some picture windows because it seems like a lot of houses down there facing the water have those. So my only real concern, and it's not a concern, it's just really a question because I'm trying to remember having gone through there many times in the last few weeks. The horizontal boards below the shingle.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
should be vertical.
Yep.
Okay.
So other than that, nice job, Luke.
Wow, thank you, Val. How about you, Stephen?
Thanks. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I agree with a lot of what's been said, so I won't repeat that. I do think the colors on the roof walk should be natural. And I think that I just wanted to look at your window schedule.
My A windows, just so you know, they're 5 feet tall, so they're pretty, I think they're 210 wide.
Yeah, they are.
The A windows are fine. It's the other ones that are like the ones above them that seem tiny.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Windows.
I think on your first floor, what's working against you, Luke, is that FEMA flood height. So that's a window height, taller window. I think you're getting a plug for taller windows on that. The thing I would say about the foundation cover, I don't necessarily believe it needs to be vertical board. I do think that you need to take more of a pier and curtain approach, so it's not one monolithic set of horizontal bands,
Yeah.
so that there are some piers, and then whatever the fill is the curtain portion of that type of foundation.
Yep.
And I think that that will help, and it also kind of translates. It's kind of a sensitive balance because you don't want it to look, you don't want it, those elements that are vertical to make it look taller. I think the horizontal elements here help. So I would suggest maybe doing some studies on that, but I think that that would be beneficial. It's a very nice design. I just want to say, with respect to the demo move off comment I made, I don't think that this really is closely aligned with the simplistic massing of the previous structure, but it is a nice design. I think it's appropriate for the area.
Interesting. Okay, that it, Stephen?
Yep, thank you.
Okay, thanks. John?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, looking at the drawings here, there's over 47 single windows in that structure. It's overpowering to have that much there. And I agree with Diane, little larger windows for the size of the walls. This is going to be, they want to demo this existing building. And it's a shame we can't make better changes in it now before it goes, if you're going to change anything. Well, one would be the windows. They're too small for the walls. I had another question on, you got two chimneys, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. These plans going up on the screen, they're very small to my computer. I don't have a 17-inch computer. I have a small one. Anyway, it's the visibility of what's going to go there is a good question, and I just it's hard for me to talk right now. If you're going to demo it, then it's nice to know what's going to take its place in every instance. Maybe the commission should come over the new dwelling, compare it to this one.
What?
I'll leave it at that.
This is the new dwelling.
I'm sorry?
What we're looking at right now, John, is the replacement to the demo dwelling. This is the new one.
Yeah. So anyway, well, I'll leave my comments to that. It's just been a long day. Thank you.
Okay, hang in there, John. If you can hold out for one more. Okay, so I think that leaves me. Let me make sure.
Can I say one thing for, I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
Go ahead, Diane. Yes, go ahead.
measured my windows in this house, which was built in 1830. And I don't know when they put the 6/6s, but my 6/6s are 62 tall by 33 wide,
Mhm.
which are bigger than what he has got there. And that's my thing, the windows, that's all. I just want to tell you how big a window can be in a house. Thank you.
I definitely agree with you, Diane, on the window thing. I think that larger windows, particularly on the second floor, would actually reduce the scale of this building. So yeah, I agree with that.
Ray, just a question for you while you're weighing in on this. Do you think a 6/1 would be more appropriate on a gambrel? That's what most of them are.
It doesn't.
No,
Because the other ones down there are 6/1s.
Hey, so now I want to ask something. We have a lot of people that are in the queue, and is there anyone in this queue right now that wants to speak in opposition to this project? We're totally going out of sequence here, but I've been informed that there might be somebody out there who wants to speak on this project. If so, unmute yourself and let me know ASAP. Okay. Hearing none, and if anyone's out there and they do want to speak to me, just, interrupt what I'm saying. But so let's go back to, I have Linda on there we go. Okay. So agree about the large windows. I also agree with HSAB on the door. The entry door is like as plain vanilla as one could possibly get. I think that this needs to have a much more, I don't want to say grand door, but one that's in keeping with the style of this architecture. It really wants to make a statement. Particularly because it's kind of in the corner of the building. It's, if it were in the middle of the building, then it would be more obvious that it was the front door. But right now it's in the corner and it really needs, I think, some reinforcement, visual reinforcement. I was going to comment on the horizontal boards because they seem to be a very modern element in relation to the architecture up above it. Vertical boards would have been one solution, but I actually prefer this idea of having the piers with the infill in between them because that would be more appropriate to the time period of this style. Excuse me. So beyond that, let me just check. Oh, excuse me. I did also want to say earlier on, I wanted the gambrel that was closest to Hulbert Avenue to change its orientation, but I'm not sure in looking at this that would be a move in the right direction because this seems to be calmer. Having a gambrel that's facing right to Hulbert Avenue might be more aggressive, so I'm okay with that part. So those are my comments.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, John.
I'd like to go back. I missed something here. Can we go back to the, what elevation that, wait a minute. The west elevation, please.
West. Okay. Yeah. John, it's at the bottom of the screen right now. There you go.
Yeah, and I'd like to see the floor plan.
Oh, okay. There it is.
Oh,
Floor plan.
okay. Now, there's a deck there. And I'm trying to find out how many feet off the wall it is. I think it's more
Oh,
than
okay.
10 feet. I'm sorry?
Where did you get the 10 feet from, John?
On the second floor,
Oh, the second floor.
right, there's a deck up there.
Yeah.
And I wonder how far it is away from the inside wall out to the end of the deck.
Luke, can you answer that question?
If you zoom in, I believe it's 8 feet,
It looks like it.
Yeah, we had pulled them back.
8 by 16. They were always 8 foot.
Is that marked anywhere?
Yeah, it's written right on the word, under the word deck.
Oh, yeah. Okay. It's not a dimension line. So John, do you see that?
I can see it, yeah.
Yeah, it says 8 by 16 and the other one says 8 by 21. So they're 8 foot.
Okay, I'm just saying that from the, if you're to the left of that, looking towards it, it looks like it's too far off the wall.
It does because you have two decks there, at two different spots. So it probably looks like it's 10 feet deep, but it's only 8 feet deep
Yeah,
because you're looking at 2 feet of the deck behind it.
that's my question. Thank
Okay.
you.
So listen, I think that we can move forward with maybe some minor revisions on this, very minor.
So moved.
Okay, that's Stephen's motion. Okay, on that motion.
Okay.
Did I just hear somebody? No. Okay, on that motion, Val,
Aye.
thank you. Diane,
Aye.
thank you. John,
Could you repeat the motion, please?
motion is to hold for some revisions.
Thank you.
Are you good with that?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. And Stephen?
Aye.
And I'm in favor, so that motion carries. Okay,
Thank you, guys.
that's that. Now we're going to move along to item number 7, which Diane is going to chair. It's 11 Davis Lane. Now, interestingly, I mullened in on this. So Diane is still going to remain the chair, but I'm on it. I will be on this and then the application after. And the board is, Diane is the chair, Val, Stephen, and myself. I think that's true of both of them. Yes, it is. Diane chairing, Val, Stephen, and myself. Okay. Diane, you get to chair this one.
Yes, but you get to talk, right?
Oh, yeah, I get to talk. I'm mullened in. Yeah, so yes.
Good. Because if you want to chair it, you certainly may.
I'll stay put for where I am just to avoid any confusion.
Ah, chicken of the sea.
No.
Okay, so who was going to put this out for us to hear?
That would be me, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll just jump right into it. So you're familiar with this project. This is a later revision, and as far as the cabana is concerned, basically we relocated it where it's indicated on the site plan. So it is tucked behind the building. I would say probably in the least visible location. As part of the most recent round of revisions, you requested that we drop the plate height, basically that first floor plate height, the header height of the structure, if you will. We dropped that to the bare minimum, so we were able to lower that by 6 inches. We changed the pitch, and so I think the overall request was to try and make it as low as possible. We obviously, going back a few revisions prior to this, we changed the orientation of the roof line so that you saw more of an eave forward as opposed to a gable forward, if there is any visibility from the most adjacent road. You asked that we omit the gable end windows, which we've done. So I feel, and there was some minor change to the outdoor shower that's on the backside of the building, which is on the north. And so that was not included in the previous iteration, but it is there. And just to reiterate, if you look at the drawing 0, the floor plan, in the upper left-hand corner of the drawing, you'll see that we've got a walkout, or not a walkout, a crawl space access. And so the pool equipment is intended to go below the cabana. So I think by all accounts, we've really done everything that the board's requested. I think that the location in and of itself makes this significantly less visible. And even if it was visible, I'm not sure how offensive it would be. And then I think in terms of oversimplifying or simplifying the structure, I think those are great recommendations. We've done that. So with that, I'd love to hear the comments of the board. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Matt. Okay, Val.
Oh, okay. Madam Chair? Madam Chair?
Yeah,
You may want to.
I have her down.
You may want to ask to see if there's any public comment on this one.
Okay, I will do that. Before we go into the,
Yeah.
is there any public comment that we should hear?
Madam Chair, we do have a hand raised. Joe-
Madam Chair,
I-
this is Joe Gagliano and Maureen Gagliano. We're in abutters to this property, and appreciate the changes that were put in on the structure. It does reduce it in height and in width. And I also appreciate the mechanicals being underneath the property in the sub-basement. The only 2 comments I'd like to make is that it does get close to the property line on the north end of the property. And the second comment was It is very similar to as a cabana to the cabana that's on 12 Westerwick, which was identified by the HTC as not to be used as a model, but wanted to make those two comments.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you. Does your wife wish to say anything?
Nope, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you, Diane.
so thank you. So we'll start with Val.
Well, I do appreciate the changes. Thank you, Matt. I still think it could be further simplified. I'm trying to remember the house that it goes with in the little garage, but I think the posts don't need to be the 11 1/4 inch tapered columns like the house has. That just, it seems out of scale for a very simple little structure. And they're white, so I'd like to see maybe those become simpler. And I do appreciate where it's moved to. It's closer to the house, so it doesn't spread out all of the structures all over the site. And that's what I have to say for now.
Madam Chair, could I just add one more comment that I forgot to mention earlier? It was a suggestion by Val and you, is we did actually reduce the size of the overall structure as well. Just wanted to reiterate that. I didn't actually say it earlier.
Okay, Matt, thank you. All right, thank you, Val. May I ask one thing, Val, since you have been out there more recently than I, is how much does this come to looking like the one on Westerwick Way, which we had said we don't?
Well, I think what Mr. Gagliano probably means is that it's a structure that's primarily open with a roof system. And I think, for me too, that is always the concern. It's an extra structure on a site in a very simple area that is now becoming less simple, but anything you can do to reduce it. It is smaller than that one. That has sort of a hipped roof. It looks like a tiki bar.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, it's, I think, I don't want to speak for him, but I think that's what he means. And that's always been my concern too. These rather open structures that have very little infrastructure with a big, huge roof over them.
All right.
Yes, Val, that was my intent. I appreciate Matt's making this smaller and simpler. It's just that the area tends to not have standalone structures out here.
Right.
And I would be against cabanas completely, but he has helped make it a more simple structure, and appreciate that, Matt.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you. Stephen.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, Matt, I appreciate the changes. My primary concern, given the fact that this is kind of tucked in behind the garage shed or the shed or whatever it is, I say garage shed because it's larger than a shed. And if you're not looking at the site plan, I think it's important to understand that. Being tucked in back there, and I think with the landscaping screening that's going to be put in place based on the site plan, I think it's all right. What's primarily going to be visible from that drive side is going to be the entry door and the shower enclosure area. On those tapered posts, I don't necessarily disagree with making them a little bit smaller. I don't know what'll be visible when you're looking at both the house and this. So having them be smaller might have kind of a dollhouse effect. While it would simplify this, it could look odd. Are these square tapered or are they round tapered?
They're square tapered, Stephen.
Okay, that's what I thought. I just was looking at the plan. Plan view. I think that's it for me.
Thank you. Ray.
Thank you, Diane, Madam Chair. So I appreciate the reduction in height. Now, regarding the pushing it back to the setback line, if we go back to the, back to the site plan, I know that we're charged with visibility from a public way, so this is going to sound a little strange, but I certainly wouldn't mind if this structure migrated a little bit further away from the setback line out of deference to the neighbors, if that's possible, because I really don't think that a movement of that kind would adversely affect our view from the public way. I share the, I wouldn't call it a concern, but the observation about the tapered columns and sort of the relative formality of that. But otherwise, I'm fine with this. Those are my comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you. My comments are, I would like to see the pillars get simpler, square, and because they're not holding up a very big roof that I can see. I wondered, Matt, on your east elevation, the printing is, I have to use an iPad and it doesn't blow up very much. What is that, the thing that joins the two pillars on the left-hand side? Lower head.
Yeah, that is just trim. It's basically the header beam. And so
Yeah.
anytime we have a projecting roof like that, we will actually have a structural beam. And then we do wrap it with, like 1x trim. So, and we at one point had it running the entire length of the structure, but we stopped it at the secondary column.
I just wondered whether you have it. I think I can read, it says lower head by 6 inches. How wide is that header?
Like how tall is it?
Yeah.
I think it's a I think it's like a 1x10, 1x8. I don't actually have the exact dimension, but it's somewhere in the range of 7.25 to 9.
Okay. I don't know whether technically, architecturally, it can come down to maybe 6 inches rather than 10. It just it's.
I was gonna say I could take 2 inches out of it pretty easily. It's essentially you can
I
highlight.
would like that. So that would be my thought.
I can do that.
So
Madam
Can we
Chair,
get a-
may I
a
make
motion?
another comment?
yes.
So I think another thing that could simplify it would be to take the column that is against the, let us say, structure that's filled in
Mhm.
and eliminate it and just do cottage corner there. And maybe make the header natural to weather so that all that we see
Yeah.
that white is the posts.
Madam
Yes.
Chair, through you, could I ask Val, in that case, that header would probably look a little strange if it just stopped at that outside cottage corner. If we eliminated that pilaster, which is the center column that lines up on the ridge, could we continue the, essentially it's the, whatever you want to call it, frieze, fascia, header beam. Could we continue that all the way across so that it's more continuous? Because I did draw that and I did look into that. You had actually asked about that. And so we did draw that and it looked a bit naked without the pilaster there. And so.
Okay.
I'm happy to get rid of that center pilaster but I would just ask if we could continue the header beam just so that it didn't look like it just stopped so abruptly.
I think if it's natural to weather, that's okay.
So you'd take it all the way across the building, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's just to sort of, simplify and quiet the whole structure.
Yeah. So maybe I could get a motion for approving through staff with slight revisions, with the revisions mentioned. That sound good?
I would be in favor of that.
You'd be okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Who's going to make the motion? What'll he do?
You want me to?
Yep.
Okay, so I believe the motion would be to approve with the following minor revision. Remove the pilaster that's underneath of the ridge in favor of having the beam continue all the way from end to end over the door on the right-hand side of the east elevation. And that would, the beam would be natural to weather. I believe that captures it, right, Val?
Yeah,
Okay. That's my
And
motion.
okay, and I talked to him about reducing the size of that header, so I'm sure he'd do that.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yes, definitely reduce the size of the header. Absolutely. Okay, that's
Thank
my
you.
motion.
Thank you. So, Val,
aye.
on the motion,
Aye.
Steve,
Aye.
aye. And Ray,
I'm in favor. Thank you.
and I'm in favor. So that's good.
All right.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Okay, next up, well, this is your show, Diane. So now we're on to the pool.
Right. Okay, Matt.
It's me now, Ahern.
Oh, hi. I'm sorry.
No problem. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good.
So, what do you got to tell us?
So, thank you very much for having me this evening. So, per suggestion of the board members, I rotated the pool, which would allow to slide it a little bit behind the house and have the all family activities kind of tucked behind the house. And also I separated planting, which more delineated the natural planting and then the planting closer to the house. I did provide a little more information on the planting itself. On the bottom, when you have a specifications, kind of suggest the average height with each plant. Per se, pine are in this neighborhood around 15 to 25. Same for cedars, etc. So if Hollywood scroll to the last page where I try to more detailed illustrate the landscape plan, which hopefully helped to differentiate the evergreens, use of evergreens and natural shrubs. Per recommendation, I split the evergreen more into clusters, which would be underplanted with the more shrubbery deciduous shrubs. Per accounts, there is approximately 10 pines, 10 cedars mixed in a clusters, underplanted with bayberries, viburnum, beach plums, everything what again I mentioned at the last meeting is really natural to the side. And as you can see, beside the all taller stuff, it's more along the Trinity corner of the Wall Street and Trinity. And really I hugged the backyard in a layered landscape. And then everything what is going towards the Davis and Trinity would be more low shrubbery under 10 feet of height. The only evergreen I kind of designated at the driveway entry, because as you move down the Davies, the vegetation gets taller. And I just wanted to kind of a little bit frame the entryway. What's that? And I think that's would be major of the comments addressed, hopefully by the board or suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mirka. So, Steve, you want to go first?
Sure. Thanks, Madam Chair. So I appreciate the changes. I appreciate primarily the delineation of the evergreen and the other materials. For me, this is, it doesn't really address the concerns I voiced. I think the screening needs to be located more adjacent to the pool and less around the perimeter is point number one. And I think point number two is less diversity of plant materials, more clusters. If you look at the pictures of the plant materials in those areas, and this is relevant because screening is relevant, there are more monolithic type plant materials. And then, where the bird dropped the seed or the pine cone was blowing, another plant pops up. So my concern is that this plant material, though, allowed to grow in a naturalized form, will look more like 12 Westerwick, which is not a naturalized occurrence of plants. So it may be a little wild and woolly, but it doesn't look like it grew there from, out of a natural occurrence. So I think it needs to be simplified with respect to the mix. And I think that there needs to be less plant material around the perimeter, less of a border or partition. And those are my comments. Thanks, Madam Chair.
All righty. Val,
I agree with Stephen, because the farther away it is from what we're trying to screen, the more open it will be for us to see. I'm convinced. So yeah, I do agree with him on that.
okay. And Ray,
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I render my comments, which are going to be very, very similar to the comments made by Stephen and Val, I'm wondering if we might ask if there's anyone who wants to speak from the public on this.
Madam Chair and Ray, this is Joe Gagliano and Maureen Gagliano. Yes, we would. Thank you, Ray.
Sure.
Hi, I agree with Steve.
you go ahead.
Hello?
Okay. Yes, you go ahead.
This is Maureen Gagliano. I agree with Stephen and Val regarding the landscaping. I think it's still very much a border wall around the property line. And there's still a lot of trees, which there aren't very many trees in this area, at least not that many, all clustered together on one piece of property, except at 12 Westerwick, which is unusual. But I also think the pool going that direction is not actually behind the house. It's just a little bit in front of the cabana, but mostly not in front of the cabana. And it's in the hardscape, I think, that is around the property. Maybe that's decking that's around the property. So it's like maybe, I don't know, I can't tell by this scale, but it looks like it's nowhere near the house. I know that someone said that it's behind the house. It's not behind the house. It's kind of sticking out in the property, kind of far, and not really, the house isn't going to provide any coverage from Trinity or Wall Street or Davis Lane. So it's kind of sticking out there. And before, the other way, it seemed like at least I had a little bit of blockage from the cabana, but now it doesn't really have that anymore. So I feel like it's not tucked in really behind the house, and there's really no landscaping directly around the pool. It's all like a border around the property still.
And Madam Chair, this is Joe Gagliano.
All right, thank you.
Madam Chair, this is Joe Gagliano.
Hi, Joe.
Hi, Diane. Just to emphasize two things, the application still says 44 by 18, and the pool is identified as 36 by 16. So I hope that the application would change to be in concert with what is on the design, or smaller. And the second thing is, in agreement with the orientation, it is kind of sticking out, so it is in full view of Trinity and Wall. And it would be great if it could be tucked in behind the cabana and
In the house.
and the house, so that it would be removed from that visibility of those two main streets, because this house and cabana and pool is really centered in the center of Cisco. Those were my two comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Joe. See, I guess I'm the last one. Everybody
Well,
else has spoken.
Sorry, Diane. I do have just one thing to say, but it's basically, I'm just going to underscore what Val and Stephen have already said about this, which is, when I was first sitting on this application, I made mention of the idea that the screening is much more effective when it's closer to the pool. So to the extent that it's sort of out at the perimeter right now, I think that that's, a lot of vegetation that's not going to be doing a huge amount of work in terms of screening the pool, and it would be much more effective if it were closer to the pool. So that's really my main comment at this time, but thank you.
Thank you. Well, I was going to go along with that, because if you look at the site plan, which is way over the left-hand side of the page right now, and you look at the natural growth on everybody's land out there, it gives you a pretty good idea of where the growth and stuff was and where something becomes visible. I think that should be used as you can see what trees there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, that's all. And 5 of them are around the house and the other 5 are around the outside, and that otherwise is brush type of stuff. I see that at one time the pool was the other shape, and it I can't tell for sure whether it was longer, but the existing pool, the way it's set up now, looks wider than the other one. I would like to see it again flipped so it goes alongside. I think it's too big to slip between the pool equipment and the deck around the house. But I think if it came in closer, as close as it could, that it wouldn't project out into the property, and you wouldn't have to have all those trees, because if you're going along Davis Lane, there comes a point where you're looking right up at it, and the trees aren't going to grow tall because of the winds and stuff out there. And so I think you need to protect the pool, not the outlying property lines. So I would like to see it attacked that way, and more brush that will protect the pool if we flip it. I'd like to see it flip. So I don't know if anybody agrees with that, but that's what I think would possibly help. So I don't know what sort of motion we should make, whether we should make a revision or you want to approve it.
Well, I think we need to see some revisions.
Can I ask a question?
All right.
If just for me to understand, I understand the planting concern, and I do understand all of it. I'm just would like maybe a little bit more direction on the pool location, because one motion was putting in more behind the house. I just, it's just really getting towards the north. The Diane latest comment was just put it back as it was along the house, but closer to the house. So I'm just confused. So I would like maybe
I am too.
I would like just understand the direction you would prefer as a board.
I would like to make a comment about that. I think, in my opinion, tucking it between structures is mitigating its impact less than turning it so that it's back out in the yard in the clear, for everybody to see. So I do appreciate the location it has. Right now, I'm not quite sure what I'm missing because I'm looking at the dotted line where it was prior, and it's exactly in the same corner location. It's just turned the other way, thereby making its impact, I thought, a little bit better. So,
Oh,
yeah.
that you're not absolutely right. I just thought if it flipped and came up closer, rather than being out in the middle of the yard the other way, and we brought it in closer to the deck, it might work, or reduce it to 14 foot, which would take 2 feet off it at
Reducing's good. Yeah.
36. It's,
Okay,
so that's,
thank you for.
So I'd concur that sliding the pool in towards the structures, which is really more towards the courtyard area, would be preferable. And that if that's shifted a little bit, it would create a different proportion whereby that cabana in the previous application could move in. And I would make a motion to hold for revisions, subject to obviously our comments on the landscaping prior.
Correct.
right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Val.
Thank you.
I would go along with holding for some revisions.
All righty. And Ray.
Aye, I'm in favor.
Aye. And Stephen.
Aye.
And I'm an aye also. So that's all 4 ayes. Thank you very much, everybody.
Okay.
Thank you, Merica. Sorry.
No problem. Thank you. We'll keep moving along.
Okay. Thank you, Mirka.
I have one more right after.
Related. Okay, next up, oh, here you are again. So 28 Eel Point Road. Our group on this is myself, Diane, John McLaughlin. John, are you still with us?
I'm here.
Okay, great. Val and Stephen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So let's see what we got. Oh, yes, our sport court, right?
So,
Yep.
so the practically, if you, it's, you know, it's the same submission, only the different grading. If you, Holly, don't mind to move to the second page. And the cross section, if you could zoom into the cross section. So the suggestion was recommended by the board at the last meeting was meet somewhere in the middle. So just quickly recap. The red line is the grading which was initially approved with the main house. The blue line was the initial filing with the retaining wall. The green line was negotiated grading and retaining and dropping the sports court to the existing grade. And as you can see, the hatch area is as latest. The sports court is meeting the existing grade at the elevation 30, and it's around 30, but 30, and I just wanted to make sure we don't have a flooding in that area, so 30.5, with the eliminating any retaining and just negotiate a little bit of the grading so it doesn't look as sudden drop, but it looks more to the natural grade.
Okay, so basically the black line, the
That's
solid
correct.
black line is what we're looking at right now, right?
Yes, that's correct. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, board members. Anyone care to begin?
I will.
That was you, Steve.
I'll make comments, Ray.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead, John.
Right. Looking at could you back it up one? Showing the, right there, that one there. The slope, okay, that I'm interested in, is that existing?
The slope is the dashed line. The existing is the dashed line, John.
I mean, I was wondering, do they have steps going down that, from the house down?
I don't think so.
They're in the back.
I'm sorry?
Holly, if you don't mind to go to the site plan, there is little step behind the sports court accessing to the main house. I don't know if that's what
Oh,
is the
but that's
question.
not a staircase. That's just stepping stones set into the grade.
That's correct, but the boulders at grade, yeah.
All right.
Okay, now the question is this, can we look at it from the west elevation
West elevation.
as you come off the road into the house? Yes. Okay, now,
Do we have a west elevation?
No, I just have the street elevation of the your point.
Yeah, okay. So John, there is no west elevation.
there's no elevation?
Yeah, well, there's no west elevation. I believe there's a north elevation.
Okay, I'm looking at it. Oh, there it is, right there, I guess. Yeah, thank you, that's it. Yeah, it's 8 feet high, am I correct?
Oh, the fence?
Fence?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
8 feet high. What kind of material is it? Chain link fence or what kind of fence?
Black, I'm sorry, black wire.
I'm sorry, vinyl?
Black, it would be black wire.
Ray, could you repeat that? It's hard to hear.
Black wire, which means that it's basically
Black wire.
chain link with the black vinyl on top of it. Yes, John.
Okay. The vision from what I've seen here, I have no problem with it. It's no different than any other one. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, John. Stephen, were you about to say something there?
Yeah, well, you know what, I'll just hold.
Okay, Val.
I appreciate leaving the grade the way it is. I think anything we can do to sort of leave the grade, you know, in any way, shape, or form as it was, is only going to benefit what's going on here. So I'm okay with it.
Okay, Diane.
I'm okay with keeping it the way we've talked about. I think to keep it as melding into the countryside is the best, and without too much changing. So that's good. I appreciate what we've got.
And Stephen, do you still want to withhold?
No, I'll go ahead. I think that, well, look, I appreciate the compromise on the height and the grade change. I do believe that however, the overall grade change is going to be very dramatic, and it's a concern for me. Thank you.
So, yeah, thanks, Stephen. I can't help but agree, because this project is being built now and I'm seeing some of it, and, there is a dramatic amount of grade change, but what we have before us, I don't think is going to positively or negatively affect that in any particular way. So I'm okay with this sort of gradual slope that you have. That's the in-between solution, as opposed to the retainage and all that sort of thing. So I'm okay. Would somebody care to offer up a motion?
Motion to approve as revised here and submitted.
Okay, good motion. So on that motion, Diane?
Aye.
Okay, John?
I'm not on it.
What?
Oh, yes, I am. Yeah.
Yeah, you're on it, and you,
I vote in favor.
okay, thank you. Stephen?
I'm a no.
Okay, Val?
Aye.
Okay, and I'll be in favor of this one. So the motion carries 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, 45 Westchester Street Shed, Structures Unlimited.
Mr.
And-
Chair,
Yeah.
I am not on this. I was recused at the last
Oh,
thing because I helped with the drawing. So I am going to recuse again.
okay. So we basically have a 3-person board, myself, Diane, and Stephen. Okay. Is Nancy or somebody here on board to represent? Hello?
Hello.
Anybody here to represent this project?
Hello, do you
Oh, there
hear
you
me?
Yep, yep, gotcha.
Okay,
All
I
right.
have a convoluted kind of system here. Hello?
Yep.
I'm not sure Nancy knows that she only has 3 members because a few are not there. I think because she wasn't online, I did help with this initially. I think, Mr. Chairman, you should let Nancy know that she only has 3 members right now because one is not there.
Okay, so Nancy, did you get all that?
So I don't have a quorum?
No, you do have a quorum, but you have like the barest minimum of quorum. So you need 2 out of 3 members. So again, your board on this at the moment is myself, Diane, and Stephen. That's it.
Okay,
Well, so point being, do you want to move forward? Although I don't know, Val has recused. So we don't have any alternates.
Yeah,
So
this is it.
basically this is it. You have 3 people unless you reapply.
Or she doesn't go forward tonight and then the other person can come back on.
But Linda, so there is no other person. There's no other person.
no, the other
Oh,
person.
no,
thought
I'm
it was
sorry. So, no, stand corrected. Abby.
Abby. Yes.
Okay, so you could move
So,
forward with Abby. If you
Mr.
want.
Chair, may I comment?
Yes, go ahead, Stephen.
Just Nancy, this may factor into your decision. It appears to me that the shed has been relocated, or the orientation of the shed has been turned, and the doors face the driveway, which addresses my concern. So I just want to mention that.
Okay, I appreciate that, Steve. I think at this point, I'm just going to hold for another night.
You know, Nancy.
No, I
No,
don't.
I think what Stephen was saying back there is that, if we move forward with this board, you basically satisfied Stephen's concerns, and I believe you've satisfied mine at the very least. So I think you might be okay with 3 people.
Oh, I'll count on you guys then.
Paid your money,
I,
take your shot.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Look, I
Well,
would
first
go
of
for
all, do you hear me?
we do, yes.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm definitely new at this one. First of all, the shed that we have, we redid the graphics, and in doing that, we've done some of the things that the board pointed out, which I thank you for. The shed has been reduced in height by a foot to a 10.6. The roof shingle, the pitch of the roof has been to make it much simpler than the 9. And the owner has agreed that the doors could be painted white. So I think that takes care of some of the items that were initially brought.
So let me make sure that I understand. So you were coming in a little bit blotchy there. Did you say 10'6"?
Yes, but you know why that's in there? It's because the windows didn't get put on the one that we're showing at 10'6". There's another one in there somewhere.
Okay, so the application that's on our thing right now is not the right one.
No, basically we have a different structure as far as the sizing goes.
Okay, well, that would be good.
So
Uh,
I don't know there was a whole packet that had that in there. So now I'm wondering, maybe I do need to come back with things or more organized here.
Yeah, because the information that we're looking at still has your building at 11'6".
Yeah, no, then that's incorrect. All right, so I'll move back to another night.
All right, okay, so.
Motion to hold to the next meeting?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Can we just add something to that so that Abby doesn't have to mullen back in or anything? Can we just say that this was held for revisions without comment? Because really there were no comments.
Correct.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. So on that motion, Diane,
Aye.
thank you, Diane. Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, we'll see you next time, Nancy.
Mr. Chair,
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
I kind of let in with comments on that, so it might not hurt to have Abby just watch the video,
yeah.
just
Okay.
for,
No,
if
you're right.
thought
Okay,
police are watching,
fair enough.
propriety and all that. stuff.
Yes. Now, so the next two do not have a quorum, as far as I can tell. Abby was chairing these two, and so she's gone, obviously. That leaves two members, Val and Stephen, and there's no quorum there.
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Yeah.
I think there was talk of putting it on to Thursday.
All right. Well, but, okay, we can't even take a vote on that because
Right, take no
there's no
action.
quorum to take, yeah, that's basically a take no action.
Okay.
If it goes to Thursday, I'll let you guys handle that.
Okay.
So we're skipping items 11 and 12 for lack of quorum. And now we're on to item number 13. And the board on this is myself, Diane, Val, Kerry, and Stephen. Okay. We ready?
I'm ready, Mr. Chair. I could start if that's okay.
Yeah.
So the board saw this a number of weeks ago for the first time. I made some comments. Just to reiterate, the lot shape is obviously a very long and narrow lot. The dwelling itself is a pre-existing dwelling. There is a secondary structure, and it is at the very end. Essentially, it's at the very end of Low Beach Road, literally. And so there was a pool previously approved in this location, and there was also a smaller structure approved as well. It was kind of a outhouse of sorts with a changing room. So this is an application for a pool house, and you did see it before. Like I said, some of the comments were about the the size of it. We did change the footprint. We reduced the footprint per comments. I mean, I would reiterate that again, this is at the end of it's literally at the end of the road on Low Beach. If anybody's familiar, it's worth going out there. It's past the Coast Guard housing, and so it's not a very heavily trafficked way. But even having said that, this structure is fairly small. It's actually, the ridge height at this point is 21 feet 6 inches. So for secondary structures, you'll see ridge heights of 24 feet plus or minus, and we kind of went out of our way based on the comments from the last meeting to really reduce it as much as possible. So again, ridge height is 21 feet 6 inches. We generally reduced the footprint in areas where we could, and part of the result of that was to actually lower the height of the structure, which we've done by clouding. The other changes were related to the dormer itself. On the west elevation, the previous dormer height was tall. I think that some of the feedback was that it was the scale and the height of the dormers themselves, and perhaps the fenestration were too tall. And I think that was a good point. And so what we did is we pushed the dormer face further back in towards the ridge to reduce the amount of shingle area. And the result of that as well is the reduced fenestration window sizes as well. So those were the changes, Mr. Chair. Again, structures at literally the end of the road. I know that there was some discussion about why is there a need for this structure. I do think it's worth pointing out that because the property is so long and linear, this pool location is not one where you can just kind of run back to the house to grab things. And so there is a programmatic requirement. I know that's not necessarily part of the board's purview, but I do think it is relevant. But again, we've made every effort we can, we think within reason, to reduce the scale. So that's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thanks. Hey, let's see, Holly or Kathy. I know that there were a number of letters of concern from neighbors that came in on this, but interestingly, and Matt, I'd like your response to this. When I read the letters, they seem to have been talking about a pool application, not a pool house application. And so I guess I want to make sure that these letters are entered into the record, but like, is the pool already approved?
It is, Mr. Chair. It is. And also the letters that came in, I don't know how many of them there were, but they were related to the ecological impacts. And I would also, if I could just point out as a matter of, there was an anonymous letter that was submitted, and
Well,
what
was that
right now is from that anonymous letter, and that's basically taken from on the property. Again, I think it's taken from the ground. So you're presenting material that was submitted by an anonymous person.
Okay. No, okay. So I think I certainly weighed in on that, because
I appreciate that.
we don't accept and we don't disseminate information unless the author is known. That's just dirty pool. So that one, but there were other ones that I received that were, definitely had names attached to them. So those I don't mind going in to the record. Well, let's just make sure, Kathy, that they are in the record. I'm sure they are.
Mr. Chair, I'm looking right now.
I think there was one.
I thought there was like 3.
There was one from Diane von Scheffel.
Right.
There's one from Kathy Weinroth,
Yep. Right.
and there was one from the Sconset Trust.
Correct. That's all right. So I think, Kathy, you distribute those among the board members. So anybody sitting on this has presumably read those. So let's just make sure they're in the record. Okay. But now what I would like to do is turn our attention to the board members and their comments on your revised design. Anybody ready to step up to the plate on this one?
I have a comment, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Val.
I actually think that this is an incomplete application for us to look at. We don't have what the other structures are on the site. I mean, I know because I've been out there a few times looking at it. The main house is very close to the road, and it's hard to do this as a standalone structure. There's nothing here for us to see pictures or anything else of the other structures as they were approved or as they exist. And I'm struggling to make a point that this structure in and of itself, it's a simple little building. I think it's way too big for a pool structure, but in conjunction with the other structures on the site, I think is what is important for us to see. And that's my comment.
Okay, Val. Thank you. Okay.
Mr. Chair,
I'll
can I
go.
comment on that?
Hang on there, Matt.
Sure.
Yes, Diane, go ahead.
I think, how tall is the building?
21 feet.
21.6.
This is supposed to be a pool house. It's not supposed to be a guest house. You don't need a second floor on a pool house. So why do you call it a pool house?
Can I answer that, Mr. Chair?
I think we shouldn't review it. I think we should have the other structures. We keep doing this.
Okay.
If I could
I
just
agree
add
with you,
something
Val.
that-
I agree with you.
So Yeah,
Mr. Chair, if I could just, to Val's point, we submitted the main house and we did have photographs of the existing structure with this pool house as well. We held the main house to focus on the pool house. And so we did submit photographs of the existing structure, but I would also point out that this structure is located so far away from the main house. I feel like its context to the main house is not as relevant, but and then I think that all the board members have seen the photographs of the main house, so it's not as if it's, I just don't want to hold up I don't want to waste the board's time if you want to, it's not as if you haven't seen the other structures, but
Matt, may
yeah,
I?
of course.
We see so many applications.
Yeah, I don't
And I
remember.
think that the checklists have been changed so that when something is resubmitted, I know it's redundant, but I can't remember what the house looked like, or there's a secondary structure already. And you know, it is just frustrating because this happens to us all night long. And then we have 18 old business items before we even start the new agenda. So now we're having 2 meetings a week, and I feel like I'm not supported by my board members, and I'd like you to stick up for me.
Well, I haven't had a chance to speak yet, Val.
Why don't you hold the application for additional documentation? I'm fine with that. We can move
will,
on.
Matthew, we will, but I do now. Stephen Welch has gotten my curiosity up, so I have to hear what he has to say.
I would just like to underscore and support Commissioner Oliver's comments with respect to completeness of applications. It's not a reflection on the applicant this by any means. But in this instance, for me, it's a matter of if we have a house and another structure, typically what we do is we track one or the other and we have them on the same agenda so that if we're going to act on one, we can act on the other. And I know that's not exactly what track means, but I'm just saying. And I think it's important that along the lines of having, I mean, we literally are still in old business and it's, 7:20. We need to be able to have complete applications with images. And if we, Matt, to the point I think Val's trying to make, without putting words in her mouth, is if the other application was here, we would, and to my point, we would be able to pull it up and look at images relatively quickly. And that would save everyone time. So I think that those are points that are important, and I support the idea that we would hold this until we have both applications in front of us. If not to hear both at the same time, to at least have the supporting documentation, including images. Thank you.
All right, so can we make a motion out of that?
Motion to hold track, a motion to have this show on the agenda with the main structure, one of which applications will include images
Of the main house.
of the main house.
Yeah, okay, so that's the motion that's on the table. On that motion, let me make sure I got my right board. On that motion, Carrie.
Aye.
Thank you, Val.
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Stephen.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. Thank
No.
you. Next up, 69 Surfside Road.
Ooh,
By the way, let's see. 69 Surfside has the same board that we just had, okay?
what happened to 11, 12, and 13?
John, 11 and 12, we did not have a quorum on. And 13, we just held to get information on the main house so that we could compare the design of the pool cabana to the main house.
Okay, Sheila will not, there's no quorum, and what's number 12?
Well, that's Wilner too. So there was no quorum there either.
Sheila Wilner, this 10 Beach Street, is no quorum?
Correct.
Oh, let me write, I'm gonna write
We
that down.
we didn't even review those. Okay, so in front of us right now, we have the storage facility. So Matt, you want to walk us through it?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the last time you reviewed this, I think that the board wanted to ridge poles put up, which we did put up. I think in the last day or two, one of them may have gotten knocked down because of the high winds. The locust map has all the street names identified per your request. We've also taken site photographs for context. So with that, I look forward to hearing the board's comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Matthew. Okay.
Oh, sure, say no.
So, Matt,
Yep.
no revisions, right?
No, we didn't really get into the details. I think Val made one comment about a secondary additive mass, but I thought that it would be more important to, well, I think the general consensus was identifying where the structure was, how to view it.
Right.
Hopefully everyone got a chance to go see it. We did put up the ridge poles per your request. And then, you know, at this point, based on the level of visibility, welcome any comments from the board.
Okay. So I think it's important now to, Holly, if you could go to the actual elevations and the site plan, et cetera. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. Okay. Yep.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, John.
what one are we on?
Which one? We are on number 14, John.
11, 12, 13. George Rafe, 100 Low Beach Road.
No, Curran Heiser.
13,
No, 14. But I would
13.
like to hear from board members on this.
I never get myself straight.
Yeah.
I'm tired. This is
I got
100 Low Beach Road, number 13.
No, John, this is 69 Surfside Road.
Wait a minute, 69. All right, what happened to 11 and 12? No quorum. What's 13?
13, we held for more information on the house.
I'm sorry?
Information on the house. We held it for more information.
We're going to hold it?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Now we're on 14.
Yes. Okay. So, guys, I would like to hear your comments on the storage facility, please.
Can I just ask Matt one question?
Yeah.
Is this Stroney's old barn?
No,
No,
No? Okay.
we don't, yeah.
No?
no, it is not.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? People?
No, I think it's very big for the area. That's all.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
I agree. I
You
went
guys
to
in
see the
tall and boxy and all that.
There are big, there are bigger structures there because it's sort of a mixed use neighborhood, but nothing on this magnitude. And there's something about the proportion of the gambrel that's a little off to me. And then the secondary mass having such a steep pitch is sort of
Oh, yeah.
lending itself to making me kind of, I
Yep.
don't know.
Okay, Val, thank you. So let's see, Diane and Val both think it's large. Carrie, I believe you're on
Large.
that.
Yep, I went to see the ridge poles and you can't really see them from Surfside Road, but you sure can when you go into the little neighborhood
Ah,
to the, what is it, the west of it? And it's a funky little neighborhood of all sorts of cute little houses. There's a couple of big houses, but this thing will be seen by all of them. And the ridge poles, because it's low, were not that visible. You had to drive by all the houses and look in between to see it. But those are just ridge poles. This is an actual massive building. So it will be seen in between every house looking down there. The roof, that gambrel, it just has, I don't know, it's not a nice proportion at all. And I'm not sure why a simple gable wouldn't work. And then you can drop it and, you know, and not have this one long ridge, but just do simple gables and change the heights of them. That gambrel is crazy. Sorry.
Can I add the thing that
Yes, you
ask
may,
a question?
Diane. Go ahead.
It's not too fat and squat. It's totally, as Carrie said, it's totally out of proportion, and it looks like somebody sat on it. And it needs to be done again.
Okay. Thank you, Diane. Let's see. Stephen, you're on this one, right?
Yeah, so Matt, I have to agree with you, my fellow commissioners, unfortunately, with respect to the size. This is not the size structure for this area in terms of appropriateness in my mind. This kind of harkens back to the days of my youth, large rural fields with cow barns, and this is kind of off on a hill or in an area. And I think primarily, I'm going somewhere hopefully constructive with this. I think primarily it has to do with the points that were brought up with respect to the width, and that it's just becomes a hulking structure versus a gambrel. And I think that the gambrel, although it gives you some opportunity on your second and third floor, it doesn't do a service to the area, and it needs to be, you know, it needs to be rethought as some type of a gable with a breakdown on the massing, because it is such a long structure, and it will be viewed from, I think it's Celtic Drive.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, well, I agree with pretty much everything that's been said. I think the gambrel as a roof form needs to be reconsidered. In addition to this mass and size and all that, as already pointed out. So can I have a motion on this?
Can I make a suggestion for Matt?
Yeah, of course.
You know, I
That's
think,
appropriate.
sure. I think I got enough input. I mean, I just would point out that this there's a desire to try and get some third floor program, and so
Well, obvious.
Can you sink half of it into the grade, Matt? You have some small little windows. I don't see why half of the first floor can't be 4 feet below grade. With small
believe it or not, the soil conditions are pretty poor. It is in a depression. There's actually a kind of a natural, I think it actually was a water system at one point way back when. So it is in a lower depression. The water table is very high. And so we can't go in there. I don't disagree about the proportions of the gambrel. It's an effort to try to maximize the third floor. Given the limited visibility and the mixed architectural styles of the area, we wanted to try to get that third floor area, but I think I have enough feedback from the board. So I really appreciate everyone's comments.
Why don't we, somebody give me a motion?
Motion to hold for revision.
That sounds great. Okay, the motion, Val has made a motion to hold for some revisions. On that motion, Carrie?
Aye.
Thank you. Stephen?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. So now we're on to Brookmere Bergen stuff. Board 38 Prospect Street. Board on this is myself, Diane, Val, Carey, alternate Welch, because we do not
Mr.
have.
Chairman.
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I have a comment.
Yes, go ahead.
We're on number 15 now,
Correct.
correct?
Yes,
15 Prospect Street.
we're on 15.
Okay, I was just doing some checking here, all right? Now, what slows us down, and I see it when I'm on here, I see it, too much conversation, on all applications. It's not just true facts of what's there. A lot of it's, questions that have nothing to do with the application. But anyway, I just made a little survey here of tonight on the agenda. On the agenda, there is, so let's see, we just knocked out 91 applications. through everything down to where we are right now. But we have 78 left to do.
Well, I'm
reading
fully aware of that, John. I'm fully aware of that. And I'm trying my damnedest to get through what we possibly can. So
I
thank
trying
you.
to say is there's too much side talk going on, and you better look back. If you ever cycle this back to the old way of doing things 5 years ago, you get a lot done than you do nights now.
Well,
We all do it.
thank
We all-
you.
Thanks. So
All right, we're going to keep it moving along though. So 38 Prospect. Diane, do you have something to say?
No, I'm sorry. I don't have anything to say.
Okay, so Brooke, are you on
Yes.
board?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yep.
May I start?
Yes,
All
please.
right. So
Chop.
the last meeting, there was a general consensus that the larger building needed to be downhill from Prospect. So we did that, and we put the smaller building, the second dwelling, up closer to Prospect. We made some changes that needed to get made in order to make that shift. The building had to flip. There was some concern about the building along Prospect Street not looking utilitarian enough. I added a barn door just to make it look
Okay.
like it might have.
Far ahead of the skis. So what we're reviewing right now is.
Oh, sorry. Yes, we're looking at the front dwelling. So,
Yeah.
I guess I'll let you guys take it away. I'm done.
Well, let's take a look at what you have here.
Yeah. And I did put on an Exhibit A, which is a little bit more finished. Holly, do you have that?
Mr. Chair, if I may, Holly does have it. I just, I had to send it to her. It looked like the wrong one was posted. So
okay.
Just give her a minute to pull it up.
Is that the subdivision?
Well, that's in there too with the new dwelling. I'm sorry, the second dwelling, but Holly, the page number 3 has the green grass, if that's any, the PDF for the new dwelling. The third slide has a green. I'm going elementary here.
And there's also the land court plan in one of the.
Yeah, that's with the second dwelling.
Yeah. Okay.
So that Brooke, right?
Yep.
That's your Exhibit A.
Yep.
This is Exhibit A?
Yep.
Okay. So, Brooke?
Yes.
There are no changes to the architecture other than the fact that it's moved down the hill.
It's shifted down the hill, and some of the features facing North Mill were flipped. The building had to flip in order to move down the hill.
Oh, the building flipped.
Yeah.
Okay, so what we're looking at right now is a mirror image of what we saw.
Yeah, more or less, yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. What was the height? 27 something I saw?
27 feet. It'll read about 20 feet above Prospect Street at the midpoint of the drop in the grade along the road.
Okay. All right. Okay. Holly, do you want to scroll down to the next 2 elevations, please? Thank you. All right. Okay, comments from the, is this OHD? Do we have HSAB comments on this?
There should be.
Okay, Holly? Holly. Where's Holly? She's muted. No, Holly, we can't hear you, dear. No. Mm-mm. It's funny because you do not appear to be muted, but we can't hear you. At least I can't. Huh.
Just got to restart a computer.
Oh boy. Did you hear that, Holly? Okay. Hey, Kathy, what's chances that you have access to her information?
The last time it was heard by Historic Structures was September 28th.
Oh,
Is that correct? Because this is signed up for old business on the 5th or for the 5th and it hasn't been heard yet. So
wait. So let me make sure I understand. So the HSAB comments would relate to the earlier submission?
yes.
Oh, so they're not really relevant at this point. I don't want to be dismissive, but maybe we should move forward with our review of this.
Is that true, Holly? Shake head. Yeah, I don't know where she is now.
So she had to disconnect. So board members, could you let me know what you think about this design now that it's moved down the hill?
I will do some screen sharing here, Mr. Chair.
Oh, yeah, please. Oh, right. Yeah, because we lost Holly.
I'll go, Mr. Chair, if you're ready.
Yeah, that would be just great.
I think the house is fine design-wise, and I very much appreciate it moving away from Prospect.
Me too.
I am gonna have more to say with the little house closer to the street on the next one, but I think this looks like a typical 1.5 story house with some dormers. I think more than anything, we are dealing with a subdivision that is really difficult. And, you know, the people who always come in for the first few buildings are the trendsetters. So I'd prefer to see more 1.5 story buildings here than anything. So for right now, that's my comment.
A good thing then. Okay, thank you, Val. Let's see, Carrie.
I agree with Val. Can I see the front elevation again? I guess it's the west.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. What slope roof is it? What slope is that on the front?
I'm gonna guess a 9.
It's a 9.
And what's the height, Brooke?
27.
Since it's quite a bit lower than the mass behind it, I think you could go up a little bit and make it look a little bit more formal or a little bit more town-like. Little higher pitch on this style sort of would suit me better. But I like it as well. I think it's really cute and it's good massing, and I think moving it made a big difference. The front door on the North Mill makes so much sense to me.
Okay. Is that it?
Yep.
Great, thank you. Diane.
This is dropped down towards the pony field, right?
Correct.
Correct.
Is it right down or is it a little way up the hill?
It's right on the corner of Prospect and North Mill.
Chris
It's right
Rakers
across
used
from
to-
the faux medieval.
Okay.
Fuck you.
Oh.
Fuck you.
Whoa.
Fuck you.
Uh-oh, Matt.
Matthew.
Matthew.
Uh-oh. Bummer.
Oh, boy.
There may be a pet out of control at his house he's irate at.
That guy. Okay, so,
Otherwise, it's a cute little house. And it's it will be suitable down there.
okay. Thank you, Doug. Let's see. Stephen, did I get you yet?
No, I'll go though.
Okay.
So I think, Brooke, appreciate the changes. I think moving it helps tremendously. My concern with respect to the overall picture for that area is that although the west elevation, I think the least successful elevation is the south elevation with respect to the overall sense of mass, and it does face the street. However, it is the street being Prospect. However, it is so far from Prospect that I don't think it will be an issue. But I am commenting on it because it is going to be a subdivision of homes, and I think it's relevant. I do agree with the other comments. I may have said that. And in particular, I think Carrie had made the comment about the west elevation and raising the gable on the second story up, I think will make a big difference and also make it a little more formal, a little more towny. So those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I do have another comment too, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Val.
Brooke,
Yes.
there isn't one stinking dimension on this plan.
Oh,
Bad.
yep, bad.
And so you know, Matt just got it from me. You're going to get it from me. We can't keep doing this. It's difficult enough to review stuff on Zoom, but we have to have some benchmarks to tell what the hell we're looking at.
Okay.
Now, there was a dimension, look, I'm not trying to defend anything here, but I did see okay, yeah, there was a vertical dimension. That was it.
And it's on the application.
It doesn't matter. It needs to be on the plan.
Hey, but did you see the photos?
It needs to be big
I
enough.
know everybody thinks this is a joke, but you know what? I'm getting really tired, and I'm going to start saying next, next,
Yeah.
next.
Okay.
I mean, to be clear, the lines that we're seeing aren't actual vertical measurements. They're indicating property lines. The other comment, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, but I want to throw this in there. Again, this is along the lines of the subdivision concept, is I think that this is too close to the northern property line. It's right up on the 5-foot setback. And I'm not suggesting there's a lot of room because I will be pushing to move the next application closer to the main structure, away from Prospect Street. But just wanted to comment on that. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Good point. The only thing that I have to add is that I actually do like this idea of going from a 9 and 12 to a 10 and 12. I think that the building would benefit, and the additional height, whatever it might be, I don't think would be consequential, given that it's down on the slope. Should we get some revisions on this, or what do you guys want to do?
I'll make a motion to hold for some revisions.
Okay.
May I ask one question before we do this with respect to the roof pitch?
Yeah, quick one. Go
Are
ahead.
we talking about a 10 on the front and a 9 on the sides?
No, why not do 10 everywhere?
Yeah.
All right, but that would mean an increase in height.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I think we're saying that at 27 feet, I can't really do the math. I don't know how wide the gable is, but it's probably going to go up by like 8 inches or 9 inches.
Okay.
So that, to me, that's worth it, getting a steeper roof pitch. So,
Could this be a staff thing, or would you want to see it again?
well, it's up to whoever makes the most.
I would like it shifted a little bit off that property line. I think Stephen's totally right. I didn't notice that before, but it should
All
come
right.
up a little bit.
So do we
I
want?
made the motion and I didn't put it through staff, so I'll repeat it, is that hold for revisions.
Oh, okay. So, all right, there it is. Hold for revisions. You heard the main concerns. So on that motion, Stephen.
Yeah, just a quick comment on the motion. I presume that includes the elevation measurements.
Yeah.
Dimensions.
Yeah, I'll add dimensions.
Yeah,
Thank
please.
you.
Yes,
I'm an
please.
aye.
Okay.
And could
Not
you
all
make
at
them
once,
large?
guys. Hey, there's a
Could
motion on the
you-
table.
Could you make them large enough that they can be seen on our iPads?
Well,
without
we
having
just
to
have to
ask
zoom in.
for-
We have to have Holly zoom in. Okay, so we're still on the motion. So Carrie,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, so move along to the second dwelling now. Same board, obviously. Okay, hopefully by 8 o'clock, we will have at least finished our carryover business.
It's really bad.
Yeah, very bad. Okay,
All right, so on this structure, this was obviously taking the place of where the other building was. The original design had the front door facing the street. There was a request to make the building look a little more utilitarian, like it might have been a garage or some kind of storage structure. So a garage door was put on the street and the front door or
you must
the
be
access.
looking at the wrong drawings.
Yeah, those are the old ones.
Stand by, Holly, it's labeled second dwelling, email received 10/5/20. Sorry about that, guys. Yes, that's it.
The garage door is facing Mill. The entrance is facing back to the main house, the main entry.
Yes.
Okay. All right, comments from the board. I got a few.
It's Carrie.
Yeah, go.
I kind of don't like the garage doors. I liked the original scheme, but I think it should be orthogonal with the house or aligned with the house and just set back a little further. So it reads as a cottage, but if the two buildings are a little closer together.
Can we see the site plan?
I don't like that it's skewed.
Yeah, good point. Good point.
It could go a little further back so it really reads as the second dwelling cottage. That's all.
Okay, well, I like that. It's a very good point. Stephen?
Sure. So I think that the original design is more appropriate. I agree the skewing is not appropriate. I think for me, the original design with the kind of arborway entryway facing North Mill Street, which would be your west elevation, is more appropriate to me. Can we go up to the site plan, please?
How high is it?
Hold on a minute, Bill Oliver. For me, the idea that this structure is skewed and running parallel to Prospect Street is a concern because it is so close to Prospect Street. And as we know, the historic iconic home to the right of this, immediately on that lot, is set back quite a distance. I think if this were rotated such that the eastern elevation pivoted more towards the main structure, had the front entry address North Mill Street, and I would suggest to go so far as to create a screening plan along Prospect. The idea being, if you're looking at the locust plan, this subdivision of homes then becomes a neighborhood off North Mill Street versus part of the Prospect Street area where these few homes up here are almost like a rural. They're not rural in that it's widespread, but for town, they're spread out a little bit. And I don't think it's appropriate to be creating that sense of proximity on Prospect Street. So I would suggest that this, as Carrie said, lines up with the primary structure. And I think that the front door should address the previous west elevation would address North Mill Street. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks, Stephen. Val?
Oh, and how tall is it?
21 feet 6.
So again, there's no dimensions. We have nothing about what was there, what was and what this is as a revision. So I got nothing.
Okay, Diane?
I think that what Steve said is right. I think that the house, Marjorie Mills' house is the big house. And then the road going down to the pony farm. And then the next house is Leprey's house. They're single, and then there's the old mill, and then the Crowley's house in behind. These were all fairly good houses, size houses, but there weren't a lot of riffraff around them. I think that to try and keep all this houses, these houses, down away from Prospect Street and use the roads down below and the hill. And I think that the old drawing of this building I like better. I don't, the dormer on the south elevation bothers me. I don't know what's wrong. The roof is
Oh, yeah.
too short, or it doesn't look right. It should come down, and the windows drop, and you have the whatever, how many feet between the floor line. I would like to see it. I don't see any additive massing. It's just one big box. We've all gotten down. There's not one house tonight that had any additive massing, and this is a little house, and it could have some. It shouldn't look like a rectangular cardboard box. What it looks like now. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Diane. Okay, so I agree with the squaring up to the main house, moving it further away or not being parallel to Prospect. I like the original design better, although, you know, I appreciate that you tried this out for us. Thank you. And I also think that the dormer facing Prospect is sort of large and boxy. Those are my comments. Should we motion? Hello? Should we motion for some revisions here?
Sean. Ray, it's Sean.
Yeah.
I have to punch out. I have to go.
Okay, brother. Hey, thanks, John.
Been a long day. Okay, I'll catch you
Yeah.
later.
Take care of yourself.
Say hi to everybody. You're getting
will.
better every day. Thank
Night,
you.
night.
Hi.
I'm gone.
Okay. Bye. Okay, so was there a motion to hold for revisions? I forget.
So moved.
Okay, thanks, Stephen. On that motion, Carrie,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Hi.
Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, next up, 31 Shell. Board on this one, Poole, Coombs, Oliver, Welch.
Can't.
Good evening, everyone.
Hi. You've been waiting a long time.
That's just a wonderful
Almost a
night.
month.
Yeah.
Okay. Kent, you want to walk us through it?
Yes, at the last meeting, the board asked for some revisions and some updated photos. We went with irregular stepping stones. We also drew the 5-foot apron that would be, pending the planning board approval. They're cobbles and shell in the back. I also labeled where existing privet were, mostly along the left side there, as it faces the driveways of the Wade cottages. And we labeled the new plantings as well. Dimensions were put on the arbors so you could see them aside from the actual plans where they're drawn, where the dimensions were. And the stepping stones were labeled. We provided some photos that, I mean, the reason I gave you the old photos were because the owner ordered these privets and went ahead and put them in the ground before they would die. And it didn't reflect the existing, but these drawings reflect the current.
You mean
so you're actually seeing some of the proposed plantings that are there.
Yeah. Okay. Board members. Oh, actually, so Holly, do we have any Sconset advisory on this?
Mr. Chair, they have not heard this application since August.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
What's up with our advisory boards?
What?
What's up with the advisory boards?
I think they have trouble getting, they have to get the TV time just like we do. And I think there's just too much demand. That's what I
To be
think.
honest, Mr. Chair, and Kathy, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's a combination of when deadlines are, when meetings have to be posted to meet open meeting law requirements, and those type of things. It's not necessarily of Zoom because we have it booked.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. So I do want to hear from my board on the application. Do I need to pick somebody?
I'll go.
Thank you, Val.
I appreciate having the material reflect what's going on there. The arbors are 8 feet. I think that's too big in height.
8 feet tall, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly, they're usually 7. And cobblestones are fine. There was a whole bunch of things in the area. I think that the concern was, if I remember correctly, that there was so much apron and then so little actual driveway that it was sort of a material balancing act there.
Okay.
That was the concern.
Okay.
But I think it looks good.
Thank you, Val. Let's see. Diane.
Yep. Ken, it looks better than I thought it was. It's actually the first houses I ever saw in Nantucket, 1965. It fits in very well. I think if you take the hedge down to 7 feet on what's across the street, their hedges are about as high as hedges are Bud's mother's house there. I appreciate what you've done, and I think when they grow and stuff comes up, it will fit in very well. I don't mind it at all.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Stephen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ken, I appreciate the updating the drawings and the images so that they reflect what's there. It makes it a lot easier. So thank you for that. I agree, the arbor 7 feet tall. I think that the proportion with the cobble at 5 feet is much more appropriate, and the 15-foot or the 10-foot drive. I think my only concern, I mean, the privet is what the privet is, but the AC condensers, if they're part of this application, I think would not, well, they wouldn't meet our guidelines for the old Sconset Old Historic District. They would need to be further back on that side of the house and behind some type of a lattice or a fence. Other than that, I have no concerns. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks. So to the point of the AC condensers, are they part of this application?
Yes, they would be, Mr. Chair. I want you to note that we've put an evergreen boxwood. It's very similar to the privet. It blends into the plantings, but the evergreens will give screening year round and don't lose the leaves because of the privet. We really didn't want to put them in that location either, but unfortunately, because the setbacks on the two sides, and the, one of the main doors being on the other side of this existing bay window, it put us in a tough spot, and thus, I mean, the owner is very aware of the screening and took some steps to blend those boxwoods in and screen them. We could put some lattice behind the boxwoods.
So Kent, hang on there. So if this is a concern for anyone, by the way, my view is yes, the arbor should be limited to 7 feet in height. But so whoever makes the motion, whether or not the additional screening of like lattice or something like that around those condensers, they can choose to add or not add. But I would like a motion.
I'll try to make a motion.
Okay.
Motion to approve with the caveat that the AC condensers cannot be seen at time of inspection and in perpetuity. Right now, we can't see them in the picture because there's a big dumpster in front of them. So however they determined to do that.
Can we leave the dumpster there?
Yeah,
Very funny.
that looks great.
But so
Levity, just
wait.
a little levity at this hour.
Yeah, you're forgetting your important point, Val, about your arbors.
Oh, and that the arbors come down to 8 feet as an overall.
No,
height.
7 feet.
I mean, 7, which is typical. See, I'm tired too.
I get it. Don't
Mhm.
worry.
Yeah.
Okay, so the motion is condensers not seen in perpetuity or at the time of inspection, and that the arbors will all come down to 7 feet in height. On that motion, Stephen.
Sorry, Kent, I'm a no on the
Okay.
AC part.
Diane, because of the AC?
Yeah,
You don't think it can be screened?
it doesn't meet our guidelines. I'd prefer that they be separated out and come back, but just to approve them. I'm a no on it.
Okay, all right. Diane?
I
Aye.
agree with,
Okay.
oops.
Okay. I got the aye part. That's all that matters for the moment. Val?
Aye.
Thank you. And I'm in favor, so the motion carries. 3 in favor, 1 opposed. Next up, 32 North
Thank
Liberty.
you.
Yeah, thanks, Kent. Bye. I thought we were going to be able to make it through our old business before 8 o'clock, but we failed. So who's up? Oh, Matt. Board on this, myself, Diane, Val, Stephen, same board. Is Matt here?
He's muted
Matt, you're
at this
muted.
point.
Oh, I get that. That was funny.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
I just texted him. He was embarrassed. I just texted him that he's up again. Give him a second.
Well, let's see. Let's move forward, because if we wait for everybody, we'll never get through anything.
I gotta go.
There he is.
Okay, so what are the revisions here?
Matt, unmute yourself.
My God. Okay. Can somebody explain to me what the revisions are on this?
Mr. Chair, I don't think we opened this last time because there was an issue with the abutters
I don't
list.
know if you can hear me, Mr. Chair.
We can now.
There's Matt.
Thanks. Sorry for the delay. I think my audio is not working. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Apparently you guys could hear me earlier. I'm so sorry about that. I thought I was muted.
We kind of figured that you thought you were muted.
Matt, apology accepted. We all make mistakes.
Incredibly sorry. I walked, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so basically we made the revisions that you had requested. I think they're pretty straightforward since the last time you've seen it, but it was a sketch plan prior, and I think we've done everything that the board had requested. So,
Well, so we got lower roof. I can't read a lot of this, too small, but lower roof, change roof profile, fenestration, got it. Okay, moving. Let's take a look at the back. Okay, so.
There's some detailed changes that I think the board had requested we make in terms of where the transition was from the more vertical portion of the gambrel roof to the flatter. And so just basically try to simplify it, clean it up based on the board's comments.
Okay. Board members?
Matt, appreciate the changes. I think I just want to look at those dormers. Okay. On the gable dormers, the gambrel dormers, it looks odd in the north elevation as if they're broken at a different pitch, but it turns out they're not if you look at the
Yeah,
west
it's interesting
elevation.
because
So that's
it
good.
does look broken.
So I thought that would have been odd, but the west elevation tells the story. It looks like a CAD thing. I think for me, the sticking point is still that if you look at the east elevations with the existing and the pink bay window being demoed, that's just such a visible element of the architecture as you're coming down North Liberty on this structure.
The bay.
That having it removed, I think, is inappropriate.
The bay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks. Let's see here. Diane.
On the, whatever, let's see, that's where you extended, there it is, the north elevation. Does this building face into the hill? Matt, is it which side of the street's it on?
It's on the opposite side. Yeah, I guess it's into the hill. Correct. It's not
Okay.
on the pond side.
Okay. I like it all, except we've lost all the sort of added massing of that rear L and everything. On your dormer, on the north elevation where you've got the two windows, I would separate them or only have one. It's heavy for going into the hill, and it's up now to a full height. What's the height is 29?
No, it's the existing height of the structure. We're not going any higher than the existing height of the structure. And
Is that a 9 or a 6? I can't read it.
Where is
It's
that?
either 20.
It's only 20 feet high.
Yeah, it's a very low building. It's incredibly challenging to get some usable second floor space out of there. So,
Well, that's good. I mean, you can't always do it, and I don't mind that but I would like to see that dormer, the windows separated, because you have pretty good cheeks on the side. Actually, I don't know what you're going to be looking at, except the bluff coming down. But other than that, I can only get the north elevation, and there's the west elevation. Fine, and the chimney that's in the middle, which chimney are you keeping?
The existing
On the-
chimney is gonna remain.
Okay, that's going to say, and the one on the side is going to go.
That is new. Oh, in the rear L, correct. No, that one does go away. That section does go away. The main chimney does remain.
Okay, that's, I just wanted to check on that. I don't know what elevation is next. Can you just roll it down a little bit so we can see it? That's the south elevation. That's south elevation. You will be, which is the front door? What elevation?
The front door would be at the east elevation, Diane.
Okay,
And that elevation really isn't changing without with the small exception of the addition of a corner board that separates the primary mass from
yeah,
later.
I saw that. That's fine. So that's all. I would like to see, and the same thing on the south elevation, the dormer next to the chimney, west side of the chimney, just pull those windows apart. You've got plenty of room to do that. And it will make it a little lighter up there. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Val?
I have nothing to add.
Okay, thanks. So Matt, I just have to tell you honestly, I think that the proportions of the gambrel on your previous were better. My objection was the fact that the dormers popped up, which is like completely atypical.
Right.
So I was kind of hoping that there would be a break in the dormers rather than this mansard sort of form that we have now. So I kind of don't know what to say other than, so that's my opinion about that feature.
Mhm.
I also agree with Stephen's assessment about that bay that comes off to the side, the existing one. It's very charming and it's kind of too bad that it's going away. So those are my comments. What should we do, kids?
May I,
Wait.
Here.
Yes, Holly.
I just want to make a note for the record that HSAB did not get a chance to review these revisions again, based on when the application deadline was and all that. But I did have a question for Matt, which I believe HSAB would probably bring up, and that's the west elevation. I'm just curious on why the windows are placed the way they are and why there's such a big gap.
It's primarily a furniture driver. It's on the back of the building. I don't think it's really visible. It's very close to a fence line. It's about 5 feet from the property line. There's an existing 6-foot fence there. So I think the only person that would ever see that is somebody who would literally be on the property. But I believe the primary driver is furniture placement for the owners.
Thanks, Matt.
Thanks. Diane, I believe you were ready to make a motion there.
I was going to make a motion to hold for small revisions.
Okay, I like that motion. Thank you. On that motion, Stephen.
Yeah, I'll vote in favor of it.
Okay, Val,
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
Okay, and I'm in favor. Motion carries. Well, okay, so now we're on to new business, folks.
Thank you.
Okay, so first up, 26 New Street, BPC.
Dog, we only have 59.
Only 59 left. So if we do one every 30 seconds, I think we'll be in good shape.
Ridiculous.
Mr. Chair, I do have HSAB comments on
Hit
this
it. Go for it.
application.
Yep, okay.
HSAB said that they are not appropriate. I
They-
have all of them, all options. This is from staff. Although this dwelling is a 1950s infill, built like a 3-bay facade, 1.5-story, built predominantly in the 1850s, the shed dormers are not appropriate on the facade of this dwelling. Neither options with 4 or 3 ganged windows versus 3 single windows are appropriate, out of context with the neighborhood. Thank you, sir.
Wow.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so could we scroll back, Holly, to the site, actually the locust plan? And if we could zoom in on the locust, just so I get my bearings here. Okay, so Pleasant, New, Back Street. Okay, very good. Got that. Now, site plan, I guess. It looks like there's our existing building right there. All right, and the new dormer is facing the road. Okay, it's all starting to gel. And so who's on to represent this, by the way?
Joe Paul.
Joe, we can barely hear you.
Okay.
Keep going, turn it up.
Does that help?
Keep going.
I don't know
Talk while you're doing that.
All right, I'm talking.
All right, we can sort of hear you, but so
Okay.
it looks like you got a couple of options here for the dormer.
Yeah. So I think, as you know, adding a shed dormer to the front of a building, even if it's a 1950 infill building, is a sensitive move.
Yeah.
And so we submitted 3 different options. Option 2, which is options 1 and 2 are both 16 feet wide, which represent the maximum if we adhered to the 3-foot setbacks off the gable.
Mhm.
The 13-foot dormer is a step in from that. And I convinced the client that we should present a few options. I wanted to point out that the plate height of the dormer is 6'6". The window heights are 30 inches, and they match windows that are on the side elevation and shed dormers that are similar on the side elevation. And there are a few examples right down the street of other shed dormers on the front of buildings. And I would say they're bad examples. It's where people try getting headroom for code compliant bathrooms and the windows are extra tall. And we really tried being mindful of keeping the plate height low, the head casing of the windows pushed up against the eaves. The roof framing is hung off the header to keep the dormers modest. And we've got a 4-pitch dormer. I think some of the unsuccessful dormers that are on the fronts of buildings tend to have a 3-pitch or something even flatter, because we're starting out with a ridge that's only 1'8" tall. So the goal here is to try to make that headroom and that bedroom more usable and to get some light into that space. And I think that's it as far as the backstory. There aren't any other changes being proposed.
Okay. Hey, thanks, Joe. And now I want to get something straight here. So John has left us. John McLaughlin has left us. So in terms of regular members, we now have Val, Diane, and myself. Jesse, are you still on board there? You still with us? Does anybody know?
I think that's probably a no.
I don't see him in the participants list.
Okay. All right. So 3 regular members. Jesse's gone. Carrie's still with us and Stephen's still with us. So there we go. That's your board. All right.
Okay.
Okay. So thank you. Oh, by the way, do you have any photographs?
On the first page, there were those 2
That's right.
photographs.
And
Yeah.
do you have any photographs of the bad dormers?
Wouldn't that be helpful?
Would it?
Oh, it would show us how bad it could possibly be, I guess.
I know the street and there's plenty of houses that have little dormers, but it's another example of how very simple context could move stuff along.
So Val,
Yes,
what do you think?
I think that the smallest version, which is probably option 3, we would find, maybe they could be separated slightly, I don't know, is going to be fairly similar to some that are on the same side of the street, that you would see if we had pictures, but we don't.
Okay, but I trust you. I do like the idea of separating the windows, but that's just me. Is that all you have to say on the application, Val?
Yep.
Okay, Carrie.
With all the options, I don't see an option of a couple of gable dormers.
Oh, yeah.
Why, did you look at gable dormers? Just a couple, like 2?
I didn't. I thought that it would be foreign to the architecture of this because there are shed dormers on the side of this. The gable dormer just seemed a departure.
I think you often see gable dormers on the front of a building and sheds on the sides or rear. I mean, I get that it wouldn't give you the full stretch of space upstairs, but just since you're doing options, it would be nice to see that.
Yeah, I thought it might draw too much attention to it.
Is that it, Carrie?
Yeah.
Okay, Diane, thank you.
Yes. None of the options work. It's totally not the front of a 3-bay. If you have, as Carrie suggested, 2 small doghouse ones on one over the front door maybe, and one over the last window. But those 3 and whatever's are, if you're going to have to put a dormer up there, they're too heavy. And I think they're totally, in this case, not right. That's it.
Okay, Diane, thank you. Stephen.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so I agree with the comments that have been made. I'm kind of splitting it in the sense, Joe, that perhaps if there were some a greater amount of trim and no shingles and window spacing, there might be a way to make the shed dormers work, perhaps the smaller one. I do think the idea of 2 dormers, as in 2 small dormers, as in TWO, as opposed to TOO, is appropriate too. And the dormer on the west elevation, I think, is like almost no real change, right?
There is no
not
change,
bubbled,
right?
but there is. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, there's no change, Steve. I just included that elevation because it's the side view of the shed dormer.
Okay, there's just the CAD elements. The poche was a little different, so I wasn't certain.
You're correct. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I would like to see 2 things. I'm not completely averse to option number 3. I think Val was feeling the same way with the windows separated. I would like to see the context. Take pictures on that street of the other dormers, the shed dormers that are like this, and also this idea of checking out the idea of gable dormers instead of a shed dormer. So why don't we leave it at that for now?
Okay, and you don't mind options? I don't know if I've ever actually submitted options before. I've brought them to the table, but in this Zoom format, it seemed like a
No, I think
reasonable
it's
thing
reasonable.
to do.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it was very reasonable, and I really know I sound like a broken record, but if you had some of those bad examples, because there are several on the street, you could have probably gotten an approval tonight. So it's not just us being, crabby. It can help move things along.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how to introduce those after having filed, and this was filed a while ago, and I wasn't sure if I'm able to screen share in this format.
You can screen share.
Okay.
All right. I wouldn't know how to do it, but I'm sure you do. So that's an option. But so let's move this along, guys. So can I have a motion?
Motion to hold for revisions and more information and context.
Perfect. Thank you, Val. On the motion, Diane,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, next up, Tom McCann at 78 Milk Pool. Mark Lombardi, is he on board?
No, he didn't know it was up tonight, so I'll hear what everybody has to say and I'll report back to him.
Okay, let's take a look.
Everybody knows this property. It's
Yep.
the triangle with all the beautiful plants.
Mm-hmm. Very familiar.
And tchotchkes.
Yeah,
Oh, so he's putting the pool right at the point?
yeah, but take a look at the planting plan. It's like insane.
Well, listen, Linda, I'm pretty sure that everybody is pretty familiar with this house.
Yeah.
It's super dense vegetation, but a lot of it is grasses and stuff like that. So I really can't speak to what this looks like in the middle of February.
Well, apparently he's going to plant evergreens, year-round vegetation. That's in addition to what you see there. But he's going to plant year-round vegetation on the corner. In
Okay.
addition to what you see here, it's going to be a more of a year-round planting. Some of this stuff behind it, this stuff behind is year-round. The grasses are on the outside with the hydrangeas.
Yeah. That stuff almost looks like Leland cypress. Is that on his property?
Yeah, all that stuff's on his
The
property.
Leland cypress are already there?
A lot of them are along the, I
just
think
have
along the Hummock Pond Road side.
I'll have to check. So, all right, I think
It might be good if you guys took a viewing if you didn't get a chance.
I view it every morning.
Yes.
I was gonna say, I walk by here all the time.
The
Yeah.
time.
Okay,
Can I-
so to
Can I
that
make a
end, go ahead, Diane.
Why the pool, why he's proposing a pool in his lovely beloved plantings there is because he is one of the main things for wounded veterans. And in the summertime, he rents or gives the little house off to the right to them to use, and also the big house if he's not here. And I believe from what he says, that's why he wanted a pool, not for himself, but since he's one of the major things of the wounded veterans, that's why he's doing it.
Yeah, that was my understanding as well when I heard about this.
Okay,
Okay, we don't need to get into that.
okay, so thank you, Diane. How about you, Carrie?
I think it should be fine if it really is invisible. There is a bike path on the Milk Street side. So that's the one that I would be more concerned about than the Hummock Pond, because you can walk by it and ride your bike by it
You
pretty
can,
close.
that's right.
So that's the one that I think needs the most screening, believe it or not.
Okay.
I would think so. Yeah, that makes
I
sense.
agree with that, yes. Stephen?
I believe it, and I agree.
Okay, so where are we?
Okay.
I would make a motion, Mr. Chair, based on going by here constantly, walking on this bike path. It's hard to see anything now, and we can put in our caveat.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Not seen at the
Okay.
time of inspection and thereafter.
I agree. Okay, so that is your motion, right?
That is my motion.
Okay, so the motion is to provide screening that will keep the pool invisible at the time of inspection and thereafter. On that motion, Carrie?
Aye.
Thank you. Stephen?
Aye.
Thank you, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Val.
Aye.
All right, and I'm in favor. Motion carries. Thanks.
Thank you.
Next up, 59 South Shore Road.
I'm still here.
Oh, that's you?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
Everybody is, who is my board anyway? It's,
You mean right now?
yeah, Ray,
Yeah, it's the last people standing.
still standing here.
Val Oliver, Diane Coombs, Carrie Thornwell, Stephen Welch, and Ray Pohl. That's your
Oh,
board.
good. Okay. If everybody is, I'm not sure if everybody's been up there, but I know a lot of you have been up there to Old Westmore Farms, the old Egan property, the Green Barn and the Red Barn.
Correct.
My person is taking both the Green Barn and the whole green barn. It's a post and beam. We're going to dismantle it and then recreate it. A group is coming up from Virginia that knows how to take them apart. And then we're taking the small section, the glass section from the red barn. We're not taking the whole old big part of the red barn. So we're just taking a small portion of the red barn, and both of them are moving out to a 4.5 acre piece off of
Right on the property line.
right down South Shore Road, outside the setbacks, 470 feet off of South Shore Road. It's a fairly weird shape, but it's going way back off the road. The green barn's going to be turned, I'm just going to do them both at the same time. The green barn's going to be turned into a dwelling, and the red barn is going to be sort of an outhouse for the kids and stuff to play in. So there's the green barn. It looks identical on both sides, which is kind of odd, but it's identical on both sides. That's the back side. The other one is the side you see from the driveway. There's the one side, and there's the other side.
Okay.
And then if you go, well, we're not on the red barn yet, but there's the green barn from the air, and both of them are post and beam, and they're both going to be dismantled and reconstructed. It's kind of an interesting exercise.
Yes, very
Pretty
much.
much it. And that's the view from South Shore Road, and you can see how vegetated if you go below that, Holly, or Kathy, the one below that, you can see how vegetated that lot is, and that's even more vegetated than it is now.
So my concern,
Hang on.
I did put in, Val, I did put in a better site plan this
yeah,
afternoon.
no
We were able to get one.
dimensions. I mean, in theory, we're not opposed to this, but
We have 30 days to move them.
Hey.
yeah, but I'm not gonna say yes. It looks like it's right on the neighbor's property line, for goodness sakes.
All right, it is, there it is. It's not.
Yeah.
Outside the setback. I
Neighbor's
understand.
Property line. Hello?
Can I finish first, please?
You finished. What?
No, I didn't. It's outside the setbacks are 15 feet. It is outside the setback. The other one's way outside the setback, but the red barn is at an angle. So it's about 16.3 on that side. It is outside the setback. I did talk to the neighbor. I know the neighbor, we're the same church members. And he understands that we're going to plan it because we don't want to see him any more than he wants to see us. We are
Okay, well,
probably
so I
right
do
next to his pool.
That neighbor is interested in speaking on this application. Am I correct?
Yeah. I believe he's here, or if it, maybe he gave up the ghost earlier, but
Right.
he's right
Well,
next to the pool, and we don't want to intrude on his pool any more than he wants to intrude on us. So
What pool?
his pool is right next to us.
Oh, his pool. Okay.
Yeah, but he's also 15 feet on the other direction. So these structures are 30 feet apart because of the setbacks out there. And there's a lot of vegetation between us and him now. We're not planning on touching any of the vegetation, but the HDC's jurisdiction, again, is not from his lot. He understands that, but he also doesn't want us to irritate him, and we don't want to irritate him.
Okay. So I just want to do due process here. And if he is on, I would like him to identify himself.
Yeah, there they are.
Mr. Chairman?
Was that you, Stephen?
Yeah, I'm looking at different information. Can we please pull up the site plan from Chip Webster? It's an aerial image. Yeah, that's better. Thank you.
Yeah, that gives you a little better idea of the vegetation that's out there.
Just let Stephen talk.
Yeah, that was it. Before there was additional comments, because clearly the neighbor will be speaking about the neighbor's concerns. Whether they're in our purview or not is a separate matter, but I wanted to at least have a visual representation that shows not only the proximity, but also the vegetation. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So now, I'm sorry, I don't know your name, but could you identify yourself just for the record?
This is Peter Chalk. I'm the abutter at 61 South Shore Road.
Okay, very good. Thank you. And tell us your concerns on this application.
Well, I did send a letter in
Yes.
yesterday, kind of outlining them. A couple things. If you look at this end of South Shore Road, and I've lived here I bought this house actually 10 years ago this November. I've been coming to Nantucket for many, many years, and I retired 4.5 years ago. One of the things I was attracted to about this building that I'm living in, first of all, half of it was probably 20 years old, and moved here, and then the other half was built, was that I had privacy. I had 2.2 acres of land. Number three, my house was a relatively low profile. I think it fit in well. And I was very interested in the building sites adjacent and down the street from me, and that none of the buildings seemed to be button up against each other. For example, if next door the building was in the front to my south, the house and the barn is to the front, my house is to the back. So it sort of follows the rest of the street, that everyone that built a home seemed to be sensitive about their boundaries and the proximity of their home to their neighbors. This seems to be an exception to that. This property is 4.4 acres or something like that. And I understand that it has a very weird shape, but it would seem to me, with a 4.4 acre lot, why that building, and I'll tell you the exact dimensions, I think it's actually from the steps leading down to my basement, from the edge of that step, which is only probably 3 feet. My property line goes out 16.5 feet. And then if they were to put the 15 feet on top of that, so it's 31.5 feet. So, sounds like a lot. It's 10 yards. It's 10 yards basically. And my pool sits pretty closely behind my house. So the pool is probably another 3 or 4 feet in from that. So it just seems like it's just too close. And I don't understand why they can't put that in a position that, and as I said in my letter, when I bought this home, I fully expected someday this is going to happen. But I said, with all that land they have, they could very nicely, slide that whole complex up quite a ways. They would sort of overlook my front yard. And they could build a pool if they want in the back. I don't know, but we wouldn't be on top of each other. And it's just a real concern. I think it's inconsistent with what this development is growing into down here. I love living here. I think it's just a treasure. And I just think that this property can be situated with all the land they have to deal with. In fact, their lot, by the way, is wider than mine. So they could play around with a lot of it. And it just seems like it's kind of in my face. And I expressed in my letter, hoping the new owners would understand, I'm concerned about their privacy as well. I mean, and the vegetation, if you went out 15 feet from my property line, there's a couple trees, there's some vegetation, but it's not that big. And, I'm not sure that's a reasonable blockage to my property either now or in the future. Thank you very much for letting me speak, though, by the way.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Chairman, can I respond just very quickly? I know
I know what you're going to say, and listen. So I want to cut to the chase here because we do not have a lot of time. So I'm sure that Linda has alerted you to the fact that this board is concerned with the visibility of architectural features as seen from a public way. So what I would be interested in seeing is some height poles that identify where the so-called green barn and the so-called red barn, where those height poles are, because it's obviously very difficult for us to tell with this aerial photo what the density of the vegetation is, and whether the applicants and the owners choose to be neighborly, because I agree with you, there are certainly plenty of places where they could move these structures on this large piece of property. That's a separate issue from what this board is reviewing. So my view in moving forward with this, and we'll see whether the other board members agree with this, is that we should do this as a viewing to see what, if anything, of these buildings will be visible from South Shore Road.
Might I respond quickly to that to finesse this?
Quickly, yes.
Yeah, we don't want to cut the lot. They're 470 feet off of South Shore Road.
Understood.
You will not be able to see these guys because they're so far back there, and we don't want to have to cut a way in there to get the height poles in there.
Well,
That's
how
gonna
are you
be a
going
real
to get
problem.
the barn in there?
We're going to cut at that point down the driveway, but we don't want to cut it right now.
Well,
And you can see the driveway is not going straight in now anyway. But we have a very limited time to move the barns. They already have a demo. We have November 1st through November 30th to get the guys up here from Virginia to dismantle these barns. Now, out in that end of South Shore Road, you know, there are at least 6 or 7 barns out there. We've all had horses. I had a horse out there. We all had horses out there. So having a barn isn't so unusual.
Yeah, I
Obviously,
would argue
the
that
barn
these
is shorter
things
than the
are
big barn.
long.
Neither one of them are over 30 feet. That's another thing.
Okay.
The monitors may be, but monitors were sort of exempted in the bylaw. But
Okay, Linda, thank you.
be able to see them, but we got to get moving on this.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. So now let me hear from my board. Val?
I agree. There are barns out there, but I don't think it's unreasonable to ask for something that's a little bit more specific. And especially, for a building that's going to be right close to the property line.
It's outside
big
the setback.
barn.
That's all I have to
Linda,
say.
you can't, listen, this is not a back and forth. I'm listening to my board members right now. So
And it's an unusual looking barn and, it doesn't look like the other barns in that area. And I'm happy to have a building moved, but here we go again. We don't have all the information and now we're arguing and it's late at night.
What more information do you
want? Stop talking!
What more do you want? And I'll get it for
A
you.
more specific site plan.
We have one down below this. We gave you the site plan with all the measurements below it. I blew it up so you could see it. There's one above it or below it, which is bigger, so you can read it.
hey, Val, do you mind if I just check in with some of the other
There
board
it is,
members?
right here.
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. Diane? Oh, you're muted, dear. Hold on.
There we go.
Oh, no, you're good. Okay, go ahead.
If push comes to shove, we take the green barn, which I am delighted that they are saving because it's quite spectacular inside and out, and move it down towards whatever that looks like is a parking space. Then they wouldn't have to cut anything to put up poles if we needed them. They would also be able to get the barn in pieces because that's what they're doing. And the only thing that would be is the red barn, and I would put the red barn on the other side of the parking lot, and therefore to the northeast sort of the yard. That's what, as far as having a barn out there, I think the major place to have neat barns, and there won't be so much destruction of the planting because it's going to go in bits and pieces and be reconstructed. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you, Diane. Stephen?
Can you hold for me just a sec? I'm sorry.
Yeah, sure.
You want
Carrie?
you want the bigger one? Holly, give it the bigger one.
Hey, Carrie?
Yeah, thanks. I agree with Diane. It would be nice to know how big the barn is. I think it's a great looking barn also.
It's in the packet.
Before the neighbor even spoke, I was wondering why the red barn is located where it is. It didn't make any sense because the property is humongous. So, but I guess we're not looking at the red barn right now.
All right. Stephen?
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with what's been said.
Okay.
I'm
And
confused.
what?
I'm confused. I'm confused. If they're 470 feet off the road, where's the jurisdiction, number one? Number two, we got to move the red barn out first. That's coming out first because we can't get the green barn out until the red barn goes out there. So
Okay.
we've got logistic issues there.
We didn't see pictures of the red barn yet, did we?
It's on the next one, but you do have the dimensions of each building in each file. They're just not showing you. If you go down, go down, go down.
Okay.
And each file has the dimensions, exact footprint of each building. There's the red barn.
Can somebody mute Linda, please?
I know, right?
So to that point, I want to see height poles so that I can see whether this is visible or not visible from a public way. It's that simple. That's what I want.
Climb up.
55 feet. The
So
application said
What
something
are,
about.
what are we
55.
doing with this application, folks?
Hold
I
your-
think we hope for and our extra stuff, the poles on both the green barn, both ends, and the position of the red barn over to the right-hand side of the green barn.
Okay,
do it-
so that would be a motion then for both of these applications because you're discussing the Red Barn, which I think is the second application.
Yes.
Yeah, so,
Well, if you're
Can we
putting
come back
poles
next
up,
week? Mr. Chairman, can we come back next week? We have a very tight time. They will go to the dump if we don't get this done for November
Oh.
1st.
okay.
Linda,
You know, I'm all in favor of reuse, recycle. I think we all are. So I think I would entertain that, yes. I will.
Okay.
Can that be part of your motion, Diane?
yeah, that's what I was trying to put in, that,
Okay.
that it was done in a hurry.
Okay, so yeah, to expedite this, if we have our height polls and all the information by next week, it will get reviewed next week. That's
Okay.
Diane's motion. On that motion, Carrie,
Aye.
thank you, Val,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Ray Pohl, aye. Okay, motion carries. That was for both of those
For both of them.
applications.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll reconvene this one shortly. Okay, next up, Joe Topham at 15 Beach Street.
Hi, everyone.
We have 10 minutes left, 12. Go.
All right.
Go.
I'm going.
Real.
Can I just screen share something? Is that all right?
Depends on what it is, Joe.
Yeah,
Is it the
really.
same thing you provided to Sconset Advisory, Joe?
Yeah, all the stuff. Why do you have all that?
I believe Brenda sent it to me. Yep.
Yep, you have it all. Okay, so far so good. But can I just screen share, Ollie?
Go for it.
Thank
Yeah.
you. All right.
Yeah, she sent that.
Okay, but you guys can all see that.
No.
Well, we
Not what you think. No, Joe, we're seeing your window finder, not the actual
All
slides.
right, hold on.
Joe, I have all those pictures, so she
Well,
sent
do you
those.
want to roll through that?
Yep, you got it.
I'm out. Thank you.
So before Joe starts, though, Mr. Chair, I do have comments from Sconset Advisory, and I appreciate Joe being there at the meeting. Overall, this is for the new building at 15 Beach, which I know everybody was concerned on what was going to be replaced there. The overall comments were that it was too tall, and that was pretty much it, because of the application that we received at the time was not concise, and he had to screen share. But I do know that Joe's going to go over on where his thought process were. So I'll
Okay,
give it
but
back to Joe.
just in a nutshell, so the comment, the overarching comment from Sconset Advisory is that the building is too tall.
Correct.
Correct.
Okay, Joe, go ahead.
So this is a barn that drew the inspiration for what we've designed at 15 Beach Street. So this is a photo from 1890, 1900. All these photos were given to us by Ralph Hankey at the NHA, so thank you. Can you go to the next one, Holly? So that's the same one, building just 1911. And Holly, do you have the one with the dimensions? And the other ones I sent? So basically what I did is, this is looking at Beach Street. You can see 10 Beach Street to the far left, 15 Beach Street, which is currently not there, that was demoed, and the little single story is still there. Again, we're drawing from this second barn that is at 7 Beach Street. So what I did was took the proportions, I looked at the barn door sizes and was able to assimilate that this barn has, a 15-foot plate, it's 24 feet, 3 inches tall. But then what I did is also looked at the floor framing, which is 4 to 6 inches, as we know. The foundation is 6 inches. I have to assume that the second floor framing is probably the same, 4 to 6 inches thick. And in today's, that's a perfect picture right there. That kind of shows you the floor and the foundation. So once you put in modern composites, floor framing, etc., you start to build that proportions up. So, I have a 13-foot first floor, I have a 10.25 second floor, and then I have a 4'6" eave plate where based on this, it's 3 foot. But as you know, when you're trying to line a dormer with a mutton, that's kind of the sweet spot for a lower plate height. And so that's where we came up with 27-foot high ridge height. But all the dimensions are based off of these photographs and a structure that was on Beach Street. So now can you go to the elevations, please? So that's where we came up with this proportion. We tried to bring a lot of utilitarian details to this property. We have the barn doors, sliding barn doors that will function. So, in a storm, they'll be able to close them up and put that in front. You can see, the dimensional thickness from grade to the first floor. I wish that I could bring it lower. I guess I could do a mud sill and et cetera. And it just kind of climbs up. All of the shutters are going to be functioning. The 2/2 windows are matching the house that's next door, and that's why we did that. But that's basically why we came up with this detail. I heard your comments of what was going across the street at 10 B Street, and what I kept hearing is, we want to do some, you want to have something utilitarian. So my clients from the get-go wanted to have something clean and that had the character of Codfish Park, and that's why we came up with this design and brought this forward. And the other part of it is, the width and height of all the barn that we have in the front main massing is really close, within a foot to 1.5 feet of what was taken from, the 1890 barn. But now just kind of telling the story, all right, so that barn was there and we renovated and we turned it to this family dwelling. And that's where we came up with the added massing of the side and off the back and kind of broke it up. And that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Okay, anybody ready to speak on this one? We haven't actually seen the whole thing, so there we go. That's all 4 elevations.
And Mr. Chair, if I may, just while I think the overall comments were, it was appreciated of where the inspiration came from, but if you look at that story barn, it was more of a very simplistic, structure, not 2 full stories. So that was something that was discussed as well.
Yes, agreed. Thanks, Holly. Does that barn have a 12 and 12 roof pitch, Joe?
It does, and that's what I took off of the barn from the 1890 barn. And nothing says, we can't tweak some stuff, but that's what I was drawing my inspiration from. I was trying to be true to that.
Obviously, I don't have any objections to 12 by 12 over 12 per se, but, it does look a little vertical to me.
Okay.
And I, even to the point where when I look at that parting rail thing that you brought up, the eave with the parting rail, the eave could actually come down and still be lining up with the parting rail. So, changing from like, say, a 12 and 12 to an 11 and 12, these are just my comments, and I rarely speak first, but I just couldn't help but ask this question, because like for all we know, that could be an 11 and 12. It's probably a 12 and 12, but if it were an 11 and 12, it would be shorter by, I don't know what margin. Does anybody else have any comments on this application?
I'll go.
P.S. Val is recused from this, just FYI.
Okay.
All right.
So I agree. I think that, Joe, I appreciate the historical research you did first and foremost. I think that's important. I think the looking at those images, counting the shingles from the screen, I'm thinking that the heights that you've come up with are a little generous. I think that regardless of that, although this is a nice design and I think it fits in the area, I think the height, the height aspect is just too tall. I'd like to see a section through the building. I'd like to see, I think it's appropriate to work the roof pitches maybe down to a 10-12 and see what can come off. 27 feet tall is a pretty tall building for a small structure. Codfish Park, unless it's on the Codfish Park Road, they're typically in the 17 to, I think, 18 feet range, 18-foot range. And then the ones out on Codfish Park Road, which is really the main road, not the side streets, those are in the range of, I don't know, 22, 23 feet tall, including second floor living space. And I understand you've got other programs you got to work with, not least of which is, those homes might have been constructed in the 70s or the 80s. But I think the height is a concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Carrie?
I think it's a really cute building, but the barn that you were inspired by gets lost by the mass on the right with the gable going that way. If it were just a single gable going straight back with a shed roofed mass to the side of it, that would be a lot more successful in bringing up that barn as imagery. But yeah, I do agree the 27 seems a little high. I feel like you could drop some of the second floor to bring that second floor plate down and still get
Here, take this with you.
Carrie, were you all set there?
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, thanks. Diane?
Yeah, I think the building is too big. It's too tall. It's 27 feet. It isn't a little sconce at Codfish Park building. It needs to come down. Where's any additive massing? I keep talking about that and nothing comes. It's another tall building. And on the north elevation, I don't see any additive massing. Drop it down. I think the shutters are not typical there. This isn't a barn. It needs to be simpler. It needs to be less tall. It needs to be 25 feet, not 27 or even less than 25. This is the beginning of Codfish Park coming down, and it's too big, too tall. And I would like to see some attempt of making additive massing. And what's that ziggity zag thing over on the south elevation?
That's a storm door.
Yeah.
Well, it needs to break. It needs to fit in better. It's just, I'm sorry, that's the way I feel.
Oh, thank you, Diane.
Thanks, Diane. Yeah, I feel the same way. I've already said it. I think that the ridge can come down, the eave can come down, and I think that the forms could somehow become simpler. It's pretty spare now, but I actually think that if you look at the other houses in Codfish Park, you'll find room to be able to make it even simpler. Those are my comments. Would somebody care to make a motion on this for me?
I'll make a motion to hold for revisions.
Sounds good, Diane. On that motion, Stephen.
Aye.
Carrie.
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
Yep, and I'm in favor of that motion. So motion carries.
Thank you very much, everyone. Have a good night. Take care.
Thanks,
Hey.
Joe.
So guys, it's 9:01. Do we want to call it quits now and move or basically move everything else to Thursday, or what's the pleasure?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Okay. Just so you know, well, the minutes you have to approve, but I wanted to make a comment about other business.
All right, so I'm thinking that we've probably all had enough for one night, so why don't we go then? Okay, we don't need a motion to carry it over because all this is already on our Thursday's agenda, correct?
Correct.
Okay, good. So now we'll leave off there with our new business. And we have some minutes that we want to approve, correct, Kathy?
Yes.
All right.
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Kathy, are those the minutes of the 22nd, the ones that were submitted with revisions, or are they not?
I sent you the ones that Terry, well, I'd have to look at my email, whatever Terry sent me this past week for you to
Okay,
look at.
thank you. So I presume those are them.
So that's a good thing?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're okay with approving those minutes then?
Yeah, so a motion to approve the minutes of September 17 and 22nd as revised.
Great, thank you. On that motion, Carrie,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Val, are you still with us?
Yep,
Okay, you in favor?
yep.
Okay, Stephen?
Aye.
And I'm in favor, motion carries. So those are the minutes. And now, sorry, you wanted to say something, Kathy, about other business?
Right, so just the next HTC meeting, Thursday, we have a hard stop at 2:30 because the Board of Health is coming in at 3.
2:30, right?
Yeah, because the Board of Health is coming in at 3.
Yeah. Well, that's, as I said before, I think that's, I'd like to make that sort of our policy, just so that, we get a break every now and again.
Right.
So that's fine. Anything else?
And then if you could all ratify the policies and procedures that I drafted.
Oh, yeah.
You can send that to the agents.
So you just, you just want to vote. Okay, so on that motion, Carrie,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
thank you, Val,
Aye.
Stephen.
Aye.
And I'm in favor of
And
that motion.
did want to mention about the roof shingles. We had that discussion real quickly last week, Ray, with Tony Shepley.
Oh, yeah.
Real
Okay.
quickly.
So why don't you bring everybody up to speed on this one?
So I received a call from Tony Shepley and he informed me that a certain brand of roof shingles are back ordered in production due to the pandemic.
ICO, I think.
Certainty actually.
Oh, Certainty, sorry.
So he had a suggestion for some other roof shingles, and he wanted to do either a presentation socially distanced or present it and label it for you all to look at.
Present it where?
Well, he could bring it here at a plus and put it in the back and you could all stop by.
Listen, okay. I think rather than occupy the entire board's time on this thing, if he just brought the stuff in and showed what we have approved versus what he's suggesting as an alternative, do sort of a first go round informally, and I wouldn't mind participating in that.
Okay.
And so then, if it's looking like they don't exactly match up the way we were hoping that they would, then I think we would involve the full board. But if it's something that's fairly straightforward, I think we can just, really, we're not supposed to be recommending brands. So it's really about the color. So if the colors that we've already approved, if he can match those really closely, then I think that we're probably okay. But let's take a look at what he has, okay?
Okay.
And some information proving what he's saying.
What's that?
And some information proving that you can't get those shingles.
Oh, okay.
Just saying.
Well, that's true, but I'm sure that if he wanted to sell, he likes selling shingles. So if he can't get them, I don't know, that would be fine. So can you get that, Kathy?
Yes.
Okay, great.
I will.
So we don't really need to vote on anything.
No.
Okay, so is that it?
One quick notice. You guys
Yeah.
have been receiving my information about camp. Please let me know if you're going to be attending those.
Okay. Thank you.
Good stuff.
All right. Okay, guys, thanks. We ready to go home?
Nighty night.
Thanks, everybody. Motion to adjourn.
Thanks, Stephen. On that motion, Carrie,
I.
Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
I'm in favor. Motion carries. Night, night, everybody. Thank you.
Good night.